Another TV. Another TV. When it was Kemet, Black Egypt, it was a Nile Valley civilization. Black Egypt. It wasn't no Mediterranean culture like us. You gon' get tormented for 4 minutes if this war when it just said Jeshuru got a false door in it. The Nubian flow, that's before Kemet. My Kim T got rubies and gold, and it's fit for a Kushite king. But what it look like, the green Sahara ring bearer, bring terror to your satellite kingdom so they do not bother me. Scarification look like wavy line pottery. Kush with the black top pots. I rap top notch and I could kick you till your laptop stops. I'm like Tahaka, Shabaka, or Pianki, the author's a father. Any cocky, I came down and now through the lands of Kush, living a predynastic Pharaoh way and Marrow way. Kerma, Khartoum, or Simna by the 5th cataract. Now I put the 5th wheel on the Cadillac. So much ride, a white man couldn't battle that though, they had to paddle back. Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Gotta look and see where the now started. Black Egypt. And how it was easier to go downstream than upstream. And which way the river flow. Don't look at the color, look at the culture. Black Egypt. What you know about Dynasty 00? Roll through with Shimsu, Heru on the standard. Ta-Nehisi, Sudanese G's. Try to test me, I'm an archer from Taseti. The squad ready, so I'm stepping in with the extra thin leopard skin. A tail on the apron with my crown on. You can crack jokes, but I ain't the one to clown on. Hey yo, Egypt was black, and that's a fact. All you little suckers need to step on back. They tried to throw us off, but we kept on track and started doing research, but you slept on that. And with Kemet, it don't matter what the name means. If it's a black culture, then that's the same thing. Race science is a lame thing. Ever since Nubian times, I let the chain swing. How the first known of Egypt was Taseti, but Taseti was Taseti already. Yep, it meant the land of the bow, and when Egyptians needed archers, this is where they would go to recruit them. I got arrows and I shoot them. Who them fake pharaohs? I uproot them and use Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Black Egypt.
Oh man, what up?
Black Egypt.
See, that's what it mean.
Black Egypt.
That's what I mean.
Black Egypt.
Alright, know what I mean?
Black Egypt.
That's what I mean.
Black Egypt.
Hey, peace to all the good people who find this video. Whether you find it live or later, we still in the building. Smash Rock Wellington is elegant, starting soon. We gonna get it in today. We gonna, somebody was just calling. We gonna get it in. We gonna talk about a few things, a few kings, pre-dynastic kings that we learned through Disney movies. But until we do that, just buckle in, like the video. You know, put a comment up in the chat to help it get going. And we should have another good learning lesson tonight. Got time on my hands. I fell asleep right after the last stream, and my wife just woke me up. I said, man, I'm about to be up. So let me go on and stream. I'll play this other tune. As you know, we're having an A and B selection from Brother Casual of the Hieroglyphics crew. Here he is back with Revolt, featuring Sister Amina, produced by DJ Torre, here on your favorite show, The Smash Rockwell Show. And here we go.
Black people, I love you, and I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself, you don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them, you don't prepare your own meat, you don't own your own land, you don't have a seed growing in your window. So you think about revolutionaryism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat. Crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis, and bury it, the jackal, Anubis. I'm pool, keep them heaters, and I'm in tie in an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down. You ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
I'm on light, hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist.
Shout out to my archers.
I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees, and still be hotep and ask to rig Nasheed. 6 in the morning, I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on the panel. I'm not diametrically opposed to anybody. I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South, we're in the heart of the South right now. Who fishes? Who knows how to fish? Hands down. Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands. Hands down. Hands down. Hands down. Hands down.
Black people, are you ready to revolve?
Wow.
Black people, are you ready to
revolve?
revolve?
I slap.
Black people, are you ready to revolve?
Now.
Black people, are you ready to revolve?
All right, what's up? How y'all doing? Let's go on and get it in. Today we're going to talk about some things you probably never heard about. Some of the things you probably have heard about. Here we'll start out with a Disney movie called The Lion King. It's funny how people tell us that even in your wildest imagination, sometimes, see, you got to realize writers and artists like ourselves were content creators before they even came out with that term. He was a content creator in the real world. And sometimes creative people might go all off on a wonderfully creative tangent, which was spawned or sparked by a piece of real information. Now, you know, if the pseudos knew this, yeah, we're going to go in on the Mary Patastel later, I guess, since you suggested it. I mean, you said it's fire. Since the pseudos, if the pseudos would have had wind of this information, this is $1 million YouTube bucks right here. Doing one of them break down the movies, YouTubes, where they always equate the movie or what have you to ancient history or to modern day times, how we see the Matrix is showing us that we live in a simulated reality. That line of thinking. Well, in actuality, content creators like myself, artists, we do often depend on real points of information that will spawn a really long and deep thought. So when we say, I don't even remember this movie, but something about the man, the name Mustafa is in my head. Shout out to Kenny. I'm trying to get this page to where it should be. And so I told myself this month I was going to try to triple my stream rate, but it's been very hard. Because life still be lifing, like my man said. You know what I'm saying? And I got a lot, believe it or not, I got a lot of things I'll be working on. And this is kind of like a cool little outlet too. And then when this gets too problematic, I just tap out. I don't be fishing no more, so I just go into my family. But when we talk about the Lion King, we'll find that a lot of these attestations lead back to real attestations from Egypt. A king, before writing, had fully developed. The symbols of kingship that Egyptologists say were chosen between Nubians and Egyptians, the Lion King had one. So when looking at his attestations, we get out of the Disney world and we get hit with a stark revelation that somewhere some content creator was actually drawing on some ancient African history to come up with his marvelous payday at Disney. All right, so this is where we left off, but I'm going to take y'all back a little bit and we're going to slow walk this. Because I was doing, and my light is off right now, so I might be, it's late night. I don't feel like having all these lights in my face. Earlier, we came across one particular palette that caused me to make a claim. And the claim was that this, what I'm just calling a lion here, probably ain't even a lion, but it sparked the thought that this may be the lion Ru, who is considered a predynastic lion king. You won't hear about this in standard Egyptology because just like some, even though it shouldn't be akin to religious traditions, just like some of those, Egyptology even has a canon. Things that you can and cannot say to be qualified in the field. But what we noticed was what Chris pointed out as a Jashare flamingo, and what I thought it could be just another rendition of this dog right here, but I think it's not. I think that this is a lion Ru. Ru, let's pull it up. Now, just like me and Babylon Don was talking about earlier when he gave me another name for an ancient Egyptian lion, I just defer to what my memory knows. So I'll put Ru in here. And when we come back, what does it say? Ru Neteri is the lion constellation. The constellation is Neteri. Oh, Neteri. Ru is the lion. We're going to keep seeing Ru, and then we'll see him represented by Ru. Now, I think I did look up another name for a lion before. Obviously, you know I've done. Here we also got Ru. But here's what we'll notice, and we have to pay attention. And I pointed this out to, this is what made me think Babylon Don may have been correct, is because Ru is always, most often, a recumbent lion. Don't look at this as a sleeping lion when the tail is curled up like this. Think of more as crouching tiger, recumbent lion. You know what I'm saying? He about to pounce on that head. But recumbent may mean something. It seems like it means something like docile. So let's see. Oh, and I want to go in on that too. Or say lying down, exactly.
Recumbent.
So again, we notice that Ru is often recumbent. All right. So what was I? I was in the dictionary. Now, if I just type lion here, They may give us other options. And they do have, we got mahi, like mahi hepri. But that's like a battlefield indication. MAI is also going to be like a lion, right? But let's see. We just want lion, not an epithet for a lion-headed god. Mahi. See, this is mahi hepri. So look, when the lion is standing up and moving, we got mahi, like in mahi hepri, the brother who I often show. And we have Ru here, a recumbent lion. So then we got a lion for Neb, but that's just on the Necroptus. That's some Greek stuff. So we shouldn't trip off that. But we could clearly see that me saying Ru for lion ain't out of the question. Some could say Mahi. But I don't see the term my brother suggested earlier. He probably stopped looking in the Budge books, bro. You gotta use the sources we be using. I'm only saying use these sources because they're qualifiable. Petty. So now, if you was petty, in Kemet, you have physical strength or power. Nowadays, if you petty, it's like the opposite. I mean, you can still have power and be petty, but you know what I mean. I only showed this because we see it looked like two female lions heads up here. But let's keep looking. I mean, I seen Patty. Or so maybe this was the word my brother was suggesting, but that's just a lion with a hawk shield. That's like Horus. Mahi, so yeah, man. We look at these words enough. Lion, that ain't no lion. Now, ear, this is where they're guessing. But that's not a lion. They used a foxtail here. They could have just used a lion. All right, so yeah, we'll go with the terminology we've set forth. Just to lay this out. And like the video as y'all come in, you know what I'm saying? So we can get it popping. Shouldn't be no drama tonight. Now we got Ru there, as I put forward. But when we start to look through the history of these palettes, we're going to see something very interesting. There are symbols. So first, let me show you this. Okay? I'm showing you this so we can see what we call a primitive, or old form of a charrette. If I put charrette in here, you know, I can put so much stuff so wrong sometimes because it ain't a KH. This is not a KH. Charrette. I'm not even about to do that tonight. It's not a Surrat. I thought it was a SH. Yeah, I'm not about to do that tonight. I don't feel like it's gonna make me mad. Oh, Q. It's a Q, huh? Yeah, it's a Q. When you figure it out, you get happy though. So let's find what we're looking for. And it might not be that. But anyway, I'm just gonna use the internet to show us this, to build on this. Let's see if that pops up. Because I'm spelling shit. I mean, I ain't really spelling Shrek, but it's hard to see how it's just spelling Shrek. I put SHREKH. And I probably should put SHE. Yeah, there you go, Shrek. Because you got to spell it in the Egyptological way. Even though it don't make no sense. Just put two fake E's in the middle, basically. So you see the Shrek here now, right? Now we're gonna see Horus standing on this is a temple. These are, look, you supposed to, this is 3D image. So you should be imagining that you could walk down these hallways right here. So this is kind of like a palace structure, and we see how they wrote it so that it could be imagined that way. But look at this. This is an entire one on the Narmer palette with the name of Narmer inside of it. All right, I'll look into that, James. You feel me? This is a Shrek bearing the Rebus principle with Narmer and the Mer chisel, 3100 BC. So just remember, you got a square with these lines, blah, blah, blah. And what to remember is that we also see Horus the Falcon on the top of them. So when we go to the time periods when this was developing, we can see right here that this square with the falcon on the top is an ancient Shrek. At the time periods when we supposed to not have writing and all this stuff, we start to see it develop. Now take note of all the iconography I'm showing you. The square, when we see the square, Shrek. See the falcon, Heru, tribe of Heru, which will give us the Shemsu Hor. Now, what I've learned matches up with the history taught by the ancients as well as taught by the more contemporary ancients who had to tell the Greeks what was going on. In particular, it was Manetho who said it was the Shemsu Hor who ruled for 1,000 years. And since they didn't know how to take that, they do what they do. They classify everything so they can understand it. So they found a classification for a ruler who could rule for 1,000 years. And this classification was a demigod. In order to rule for 1,000 years, you'd have to be half man, half a god. Or you could be 100% a god. But what they determined, these dudes who took the ancient Egyptian history and then they repackaged it for the rest of the world, they determined that the Shemsu Heru mentioned by Manetho wasn't a one person, but it was actually wasn't one person. They determined that it wasn't a person, it was actually a demigod, which would allow them to understand how he ruled for 1,000 years. But if they could have looked at some of the stuff that we're about to see, we could understand that the Shemsu Heru wasn't one person. It was a tribe of people, the Shemsu Hor, that indeed ruled for 1,000 years and more. And we can prove it with this archaeology. You could take the oldest date of a palette that we have Shemsu Hor on here, and then go look at who was the last king that put a Shrek of Horus on his throne. You're going to be all the way into the Ramses period. Well, we still see kings took on a Horus name for these reasons. So kings had like 5 names: throne name, birth name, a selected name, a secret name, and one more. Somebody probably know what that is. Maybe a war name or something. I forgot. So that's another thing y'all got to remember. If you got 5 names and you choose one of them to be Kim for black, it ain't like your mama had to say you was black. And as a matter of fact, in the case of Henny the Black, it says in his good name, Peppy the Black. So that means he switched to his other name and kept the black. That's hard. But let's stay on point. I want you to know from here we see the falcon on top of a Shrek, which just got qualified by this falcon on top of this Shrek. All right? We learning about the Lion King. Nobody else taught us about this. I'll take this to Sonetta too. I'm just going to package it up, put some Disney music in it. I need to get the copyrights. Since I'm on the Disney payroll now, I'll see what I can do. Well, I can't do nothing in real life. But here we go. So then, we come to a palette known as the Hunter's palette. And interestingly enough, we see a different form of the same charrette. We got the square with the lines and even what's indicative of the door on this side. But we also have something in a, I don't want to say a pyramidal shape, in a red pyramidal shape, you know, on top of this charrette with no Heru up here. You want to know why Heru ain't up here? Bruh, I can show you this. This is a master class, and if you're getting this, shout out to you for being interested. You can lightweight repackage this content and go teach it. Go ahead. Please, I'm the rap guy. I'll be happy I helped you. So when we pay good attention to the iconography. First of all, this is, and I have to concede to a good brother, Asar MK, because I gave him my strong Smash Rockwell contentions about calling this the Battlefield palette. Only because I'm known to first present what is academically correct. And academically, I was like, nah, that ain't called the battle. It just started from it. That ain't called the Battlefield palette. That's called the Hunter's palette. Now, more specifically, let's look here because they misnomer this as the Lion Hunt palette. If lion hunts were a thing in Kemet, it wouldn't have been a thing just once. We should be able to go into the text corpus and put in the word hunt and lion and find a lot of talk about this. We probably see this motif repeated maybe once again over the history of thousands of years. And so when we look and we remember that we're in a time period when the script is developing, and we see two bulls up here, what I would call bulls. You want to say, nah, them horny goats. Well, eventually we know why they're next to a charrette. Because throughout time, the symbols for a bull will be equated to a king. Now, let me take a brief intermission just to get more data in order to help you see things. Because I made a presentation a while ago. And it was called Who Are the Magi? You might as well look at this. I'm going to be quiet.
Windy out here. I'm aiming for the orange, but in my bow, I'm about to be aiming right here. I'm going to let y'all. Actually, I'm aiming like for this or this. And that's going to allow me to hit this. Trust me. I mean, if my wind compensation is good, we at 20 yards. So let's see what I said. I'm going to aim at what I said I was aiming at. I want to see if I hit anything.
Y'all see that Nubian wrist guard?
Again, I'm compensating for this breeze coming from the west. And I'm going to aim low.
See that X in the sky? It was a perfect day. X is bullseye, baby.
Bullseye. Let's see if I know what I'm talking about. And then I'm going to put a shot right next to the last one, just to show.
And if y'all are archer and y'all looking for a hobby, get yourself a bow.
So those shots should be less than an inch.
He did.
And
I hit him in the eye
they should
twice.
be right on the bullseye. Why would I say that? Because I'm a Magi archer, B. God damn it. See, that's why I say at least, I mean, you know what I'm talking about? Damn.
Now, the term in Arabic is Rumat al-Hadak. The eye smiters. All right? On our YouTube streets in Battlefield, this represents accuracy in your presentation, your information. Hey, there you go, Kenny Love. That is a bear recurve. You know what that is, but mine go up to 90 pounds. It go from 5 to 90, B. You know that's a good bow. I could go down to 5 pounds on that bow and let somebody practice in the backyard. How many arrows I can shoot a minute? That's a good question. I never really tried it, but we can watch a whole video on that. And it's a person who developed, and even how the Nubians would do it too. But I don't want to get off track. I did not come to this to embellish in archery. I just wanted to show if we, you know, if you got space for a hobby and you representing the archers, put down that real skill, because that's an ancient African skill and you're going to find it easier to you. You could probably go win some competitions. They be looking at me at the archery. I remember these one people ran up all on my, you know, them white dudes don't be tripping. Like, they'll just come all on your thing while you doing something. I'm like, damn, dude. So fuck it. Let me show y'all who you're looking at. Chapoo, chapoo. They just start watching then. But let's go. This ain't the Who Was the Magi presentation. I actually have a piece of information I want to share with you. And it's going to show you something. We should start at about here. Nubian ostrich feathers for 2,500 years. All right. On the left, we see an Assyrian relief overthrow of an Egyptian fort in Thebes. To the right, we see a palette from ancient times. Dated to 3300 BC, titled The Hunter's Palette, The Lion Hunt. We'll show how this had to do with the Lion King. Now, the term for a standard bearer in the ancient Egyptian language would be Tati Shiret. Again, this is just an Egyptological speaking. So some would say Tay. I said Tati because I've seen it other times. You could say Tay, or the T might represent a TCH sound. So now it's getting more Techa, you know, Teche, Charette, a standard bearer. All right. We have a Bakinkin. Hey, the fact that your name is Yahweh, it made me laugh when you said the stuff that I teach is abominable. It go right with your tradition. Shout out to you, Yahweh. Have a seat and learn something. Now check this out. The standard is the Baquinquin, and the standard bearer is the T'Chai Charette, I guess. And excuse my pronunciations. Oh, you know what? And I'll be having a harder time because I'm reading the transliteration. So this is a tabard, right? And this is a S. See, this ain't even. So this is a tabard giving us the Tay. And then we got Sher Eat, Tay Sharit. And you see the standard behind here. The problem was trying to read the transliteration. So again, when we come to Baquinquin, it's turned the opposite way. We see the B right here, the Q sound, and a new bowl, and then a Q sound and a new bowl. So some would say Baquinu, Quinu, or whatever, but that ain't the deal. What we learn is since 3300 BC, we see a representation in a procession of Nubians, which isn't a real term. Egyptologists say that means Negroes. A procession of people in the southern portions of Egypt in the same formation with the same. Now, notice this. Here, the Nubian sash is turned to the front more traditionally for this time period. The style of dress. Here, the similar style skirt with the sash turned to the back. This wouldn't fly in Egypt because this became symbolic of the king. If you got your sash turned to the back, you represent the tail of a bull. So that's why they turned them forward as the Egyptian society formed. Kind of like, oh, what pocket you wrap? You got your rag on the left pocket. Some of the things from gang culture actually come from tribalism. You ain't the king, turn your sash to the front. But let's continue. What I really want you to notice is, hey, Ru, the falcon here on the perch. I asked one simple little question and it opened up this big moment, and I'm proud of that. And so let's focus. We got Heru on the perch. Over here, he's actually carrying the standard. Well, he's carrying a different sort of a standard, but we'll see on this next slide how this turns out. Because this is exactly a standard, right? But the gnome and how this is rocking is a bit different. We have something that may be harder to trace. If someone could tell me which area this represents or which divinity or which entity this represents, it's on the top of their standard. So it's on the top of their flag as they march in for war. This is their tribe. This is they gnome. This is who they with. Before him, we see the horn blower. In ancient times, we see a similar formation with similar iconography. Archers holding their bows and throw sticks with skirts and traditional African hairdress, a Nubian hairstyle. Here we see the same representation in a more archaic form of art, but with something more indicative of Nubians, an ostrich feather. He has the same throw stick here as he has. He has a mace or some war instrument. Him also. He's an archer in the front because they're from Tassetti. Oh, yeah, they all got their thing on the back. I was going to say his bull tail is on the back, but they all got it on the back, excuse me. He has a spear, another archer, a spearman with a throw stick, a spearman with a mace. They all have feathers coming from their head, traditional ostrich feathers of the archers of Tassetti. Similar possession, they ain't broke it. Now check this out. When I said this is the Shemsu Hor, look at this standard. See the standard? A standard, just think the top of a totem pole. Just think your mantle or wherever you put the divine things in your home, like maybe not your shrine, right? But if you would take something, whatever the key piece in the center of your shrine, and place it on top of a portable object that you could raise in the air, that's what this would be. A standard bearer is the guy who holds that as you walk in the war. So take a look at what I need us to see as we go into much detail about the Lion King. They are from the tribe of the falcon. And when these standards got placed in the ground, because the population wasn't moving around, they became gnome representations. A gnome is like a city. or county, I should say. Because gnomes would have cities in them. Damn, I just noticed the slide is overlapping. Hold on, I need to go do a live edit. See? Just that quick. Wow, we back. Now look. If you take a look at what we see here, we can understand why I'm possibly one of the only brothers amongst us teaching the reality behind the battles of Horus and Set. See, we only know Set to mean one thing. So we don't even know how this Ta Set E goes beyond them being shooters. As I proved earlier, and I can prove in a jiffy here, scholars mistranslate or misunderstand Tasseti. And they really misunderstand African culture and black culture in general. Most normally we address the action performed with the item and, and not, well, I don't even want to go there, but I just know the culture. You're going to say hit a donut. You're not going to say make your car go in the car of circles. We don't do that. And so, like, the land of the bow is cool, but this actually turned to shooter land, the land of the shooters. It's shooter land, Shooterville, where you can get shot up. Now, it's so easy to show this. This is the tie here. Okay? We have a bow here and a T. So if to be fair, if this says Tasseti, the S and the T is represented by this bow. And there's no Y represented here. It would just be one of the Y's that you don't always have to write. But then actually that don't work. This says Ta Paget if we want this to be the land of the bow. Now, the way that it does say Tasseti, as I showed earlier, all of this is relevant. Trust me, it's going to take us all over the world. I'm simply going to write a S, a T, and an I here, and it's going to take us to a term. It'll take us to plenty terms. Okay? This one is taking us to shoot. Seti. And now, not only indicated by this, which actually means Seti, it is an arrow through a fox hide. But you clearly see you can have an arrow through a fox hide down here, and it could just mean to set something on fire. Because it's the determinative that lets you know the category of the term. This is a fire brazier or a brazen soul. That's what that is. This is a man with a stick about to hit something. But you see an arrow, so you think strike. Shoot. Seti. Now, want to go even further. All of these setis, different setis to shoot. Seti cakes, we know that ain't an option. Impregnate, that ain't an option. But you know how impregnation and shooting could get metaphorically tied together. It works like that. They had metaphoric brains. To shoot, Seti. Okay, to shoot. See how many shootings we coming up with? Notice how we ain't coming up with no bows. Where does it say a bow? Pour out. That's still coming from shooting. Okay? Expulsion of kinetic energy. To shoot, to stab, to shoot. So Tasseti, more accurately announced as the land of the shooters. So now let's go back and trip off game, because we learned a lot since we looked at this photo. See them arrows in his head? See dude represented as a shooter with a Nubian feather in his head, with Nubian garb on, so we can start to know the areas, and then they tell us right here. Heru, we from the tribe of Heru. Let's go back to the other slide and work this out correctly. And we got to understand, when you moving around, you pick up the standard and move. Just like a flagpole when we hit Mars. But when y'all set up camp, you're forced, you're not going to lay the standard on the ground. So nature going to indicate that you take that flagpole thing that he got in his hand and you plop it in the ground where y'all set up camp. This is where we get the throne of Horus, which, funnily enough, is the second nome of Egypt. Now, if you know how, and I don't know if I made up the word nomification, but I'm on my E40 in scholastics. So, if you know how the nomification worked, the process of making the nomes of Egypt after the unification, it's detailed nowhere. But we can't just go to our Negro intuition. We possibly have to know the difference between assumptions and presumptions. And a presumption is most often based on the evidence. An assumption is just something you just tripping off, ain't based on nothing. You assume or you presume. If somebody say they presume, it means they know a little something about it. If they say they assume, it means they don't. But anyway, from the evidence I'm laying out, it's not a horrible presumption to say that we see that the land of the shooters, Tasseti, was the first known, and we all know that. Let me get this right. But what we learn here is that, and what it looked like, Wetches Hor, again, y'all know my pronunciation. One of y'all who do the pronunciation, help me with that, and I'll help y'all with this, and we'll work together. I don't really trip off that much. The throne of Horus. So we got Seti, shooter, next to Horus. But what it gets most sticky though. Because what we find out is that Set, the Netcher, has been tied to this nome since its existence. Don't be thrown off by the Ptolemaic temple to Set, built in Kom Ombo, this very spot, and start thinking that they built it for nothing. They built it because the Seti in Shooter and the Seti in Sutek, first of all, they always attach things like this, just like the black in, we'll talk about that. I don't want to go off. I got too much to talk about, and I don't want to go too far down off on these tangents. Because what I'm ultimately talking about is the Lion King. But now we're seeing that the people who ran up on him actually appeared to have been from the areas of Nubia, which is around the second nome below Edfu. All right? Because that's where they put their standard in the ground. And it remained that way. Gnomes didn't switch up much. Sometimes they did, but they didn't switch up much. It wasn't like, oh, now y'all, now Tassetti moved like twice. Did y'all know that? So, but I don't want to get off track. Now, when we come to the Narmer palette, we can understand this a bit more. What do we have here? 2 tribes of Heru. And not to go so far, we have 2 what appear to be icons of ancient Egyptian falcons on standards. Yeah, I'm on the West Coast. It's only 9:30. Shout out to my people. I look at my analytics, and New York rock with me the most. Then it's like LA, Philly. Then San Francisco like 6th or something. So, you know, they ain't doing the knowledge. They at the club right now. But some of y'all gotta be from, I mean, I'll be seeing people from the town. But, you know, my crowd is New York, so a lot of them probably sleep. It's probably late night to y'all. But look, the Falcon, what looks like, you know, a jackalish dog character, and we could wonder and ask ourselves, was this the set animal? If this was the set animal, it'd be easy to identify 2 tribes that were right next to each other, rolling up with the Necher Narmer, and Chet. Okay? Narmer and Chet. And the sandal bearer back here, which might have been Scorpion, some say. Hold on, but I ain't got him on the picture. But you see the standards in the procession, and they coming, and you see the result of them coming. These dudes over here all decapitated. You see Heru behind what could be a wall, a door, or what have you. Another bird. That's not Heru. This the bad bird. This the sparrow. So they got all of this. So now let me go back, because we learned about the Lion King. I got too much to say about him. So then when we see here 2 bulls up here, which become symbols for kingship, and we see this form of a charrette with some weird shape on top of the structure, and then we see this lion with another lion behind it. Now, lions don't necessarily go into battle or what. I mean, I don't know about lion battle, but, you know, this seed behind the lion, the smaller lion, is maybe indicative of a prince. Now you see this tribe of Heru over here, and note, there's another procession over here with the same falcon on their standard. It's only 1 standard bearer per army most of the time. So we have a case where they might have been 2 different factions of the tribes of Heru, and they could be indicated by east and west, as we see one on the left and one on the right. But let's not add too much icing on it. Let's just deal with the hardcore info. Now, lions and bulls are not used in the iconography to just show wildlife. They always are representative, most often are representative of something, right? So we got as far as to show him in various places, sometimes prevailing, as we see here. Same iconography, but what do you see here? As we showed earlier, what tribes got these boys captive? Just read it like you see it, bruh. Since you know this is a standard, standards don't traditionally have arms extending from them. So this would probably be what turned into a physical, a statement called the long arm of the Pharaoh. What they say, the long arm of the Pharaoh has seized his enemy. They're talking about the reach and the grasp of the Pharaoh. It don't literally, he not Stretch Armstrong. He got people all over the place, which is representing the long arms of the Pharaoh, which later we know as the long arms of somebody, because your arms is too short to box with them. Everybody didn't get that. I ain't explaining it. We clearly see a falcon on the top of a standard that is in the ground, just like I said. When they become sedentary, they're not moving around. But we see this falcon, the standard has arms, and the arm has a grasp on bound captives, which appear to have the same traditional down south fro and some big noses and some beards. And we see, which could be a jashare bird, stork, or a abyss bird. Why is this significant? Because they on standards, so we know whoever was holding those standards venerated them from them tribes. But you come down here, you got bruh to the left who need to pause real quick. And then you got Ru. Now, if you think a lion got loose, oh, this is the tale of the loose lion. This is the tale of the lion who got loose and bit up 5 people one time. You don't know what you're looking at. In this iconography, it appears the chief, the one doing the work, is Ru, the lion, even though he ain't recumbent. See, there's a sound that runs with Ru called Nu that we'll see later that will make me think that he was Runu. All right? But you clearly see the lion is getting with these people. Now, this would indicate, if what I'm thinking is right, is that at this point, Ru was down with the tribe of Heru. And he was down with this other tribe, which looked like Jashare. I know he down with the tribe of Jashare because we could go back to the first ballot. Dang, man, you got to know how to see stuff. See? This is why the stork is at the top. And the young lion, as I think right here, is right here. All right? You think I can't prove it better than this? By the time I'm finished proving this, it's going to be ugly. So just have a seat, get some popcorn, and be thankful that we got time on our hands. Equally, we should all be equally thankful for the time that we have right now. Well, let's go. So they was trying to hit up Ru. The Shemsu Hur was trying to do away with Ru, and they represented themselves as if they had, but he put up a fight. And he do have an heir. We have to remember, and they don't represent his heir as being captured or wounded or anything, but when we come to the bottom of this, we clearly see they trying to say that it don't look like they say they killed or captured Ru either. Ru got up out of there wounded. You tell me. So if now, just to be fair, all of the animals that are game animals, you see this deer right here? You about to get a lion over this deer? If this was food hunting, they would be targeting these game animals around them. The only game animal targeted is targeted in a different way. Look, wouldn't you target this before the wouldn't you target this and all this stuff down here before the lion? If you're just trying to eat. Now, whoever this is with this bow over here to the right has a rope. And when we follow the rope, we'll see there's another person pulling it. And they do have a game animal here, okay? By the horns. So they must have lassoed him. So lassoing must have been something, I don't know. How you get a rope around the horns of an animal if you didn't throw it on there? You walked up to it with them horns? Anyway, let's not get off track. We see the motifs of a tribe of Heru over here, and we see what I am conjecting is the king, the Lion King, Ru. Okay? Now, let's show you how we can step in a public forum like YouTube and go out like this and not find any contention. Because the evidence sometimes is overwhelming. Okay. So let's go down. Now, it starts to give us an introduction into, again, I went to this one already, huh? Well, let's look at him here. This is when you can't argue about Ru no more. He is real now. No Egyptologist, no nobody. This is why they left this stuff to empower us. If knowledge is the field, you could be your superhero. They left the tools. This is in my utility belt. Doof, 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 doof. See them bulls? They come from when they were way back here. I don't want to say they come from. I want to show you them again when we couldn't all the way understand them. See these two bulls? He is the king. These bulls represent kingship. We see, and I don't want to tell you they black bulls, but they are. And when we see the charrette, we definitely know that. They talking about somebody who was a ruler. Now, when did he get his polity and get it popping? Well, somebody let us know when he got it popping. The Lion King. Ru is what I'm calling him. Ru is a recumbent lion. I keep saying that. See the bulls? They had action though, so the king had action now. And he ain't tripping because I see this rope again, and I wish I could see the broke off piece to see what the rope was attached to. But the most significant portion of this palette, which was left to us, shows us that Ru, the Lion King, had got to a point that not many people got to in ancient times. Full city wall enclosures. Complete wall around the domain of what appears to be Ru Nu. To this day, in the Medu Neter, we understand what this means. Some of us do. And if not, we'll learn today. So this started with, shout out to y'all. I appreciate anybody who appreciate this. It just make me want to do it, family. That comment was wonderful, Mr. 1 Hour. Thank you. Shout out to Cali is active. Now, if we don't know how this develops, it'll give me a teaching opportunity to talk about another black situation. And y'all not gonna like it. But they did this, I didn't. So let me take you to the TLA. Let me type black, KM. Yes, sorry, it just happens to work like this. Let me show you something. Now, when we go to the Old Kingdom, we could go to early Old Kingdom, and we're going to start to learn some things. I hope this page loads up right when I click it. Let's see. What we learn is there is a rendition of a term. Matter of fact, I got a better one for you. I'll be having the primaries, man. Hold on. I mean, facsimilation. There is, here it is. There is a term on this. This is a facsimile from the Pyramid of Pepi that I had to cough up some bread for. Let's see. Yeah, we have it. Him, All right, the great black. But I'm going to break this down for you. Let's see. This Kim great black, is related and attached to Osiris, the great black. But it is also related to not many other things, a couple other things. A lake region, and most commonly a nome in lower Egypt, where y'all thought it was all Mediterranean and they giving reference to the big black. But then y'all asked me, how come if everybody was black, what they had to say they was black? Well, everybody wasn't black in your standpoint. So it works better from your angle. But anyway, we're not going to go off that because that's not what I'm talking about. What you need to pay attention to is not this Kim glyph here, nor the which tells us a magnitude of greatness of this blackness. But let's pay attention to this wall structure here, which should never be read, but it should let us know the category of great black that they're talking about here. So some would translate this as the Great Black Wall, and then say this was Kim That don't matter because up here, they say it in a different way where they're not talking about Kim They call him the Great Black right here, Kemet Aret. And some of our brothers messed this up when they didn't have the support to go buy the text. But y'all took care of me, and I went and bought the text, and we won. See this, Kim? See this M, this T? Kemet Aret? They're your great black in the sense of the man Pepi, where his two sisters here, Isis and Memphis, came to him, the great black, okay, in his name, Great Black. But let's pay attention to this wall, because we're learning about Ru. You see this wall at the bottom? This represents something that Ru went beyond this technology. This is just a wall. One side of defense that eventually later would be represented by a full enclosure, which we already see Ru Nu had back in his day. Let's look. See, it's the same thing. But if you only do one side of the wall, you only got defense from one direction, like Trump wanted to build or whatever. Ru Nu, at this time period, had a full enclosed city. If we don't know, the nomes of Egypt were encircled in walls. You wasn't walking up, bro. The first thing we had to defend against wild animals and stuff was just walls. So having a wild animal inside of the walls makes no sense. The wild animal is the king. And we can go further to prove this. Notice they call this the bull's palate. They just missed it all the way completely. Now let me stop. Raphael Eskew did not miss this. And I said his name wrong. Raphael. He ain't missed this. And notice here, see, it's broke. But you see this? It was somebody else had a town on here in these ancient times, and he looked like a bird, but it gotta be, he over to this corner for a reason, so it gotta be more icons. It ain't just the bird in here. But we see a bird there. This was another town. Now it's gonna get crazy. But we still just learning about the Lion King. So again, we see him with the representations of majesty, with the bull who represents the king. We see him with city enclosures. And we see him in a new bowl, which, excuse me, which I think is indicative of his own name. Peace to Judah's redemption. I just seen your question. Let me see. I'm a bit confused about the concept of pre-dynastic pharaohs. Could you explain it? The term seems puzzling to me. Yeah, it definitely seems puzzling because they say pre-dynastic pharaohs would seem like is a contradiction. Because why would that seem like a contradiction? I understand you totally. Because the dynasty is supposed to mean that's when the kingship started. So how you gonna have a pharaoh before the kingship started? Very good question, Judah redemption. And so we have to refer back to Manetho, and it's gonna clear it up a bit. Because actually a dynasty in archaeology, we use it one way. But a dynasty and I'll try to answer that question next, Mutwa. A dynasty, as put out by Manetho, just mean a family. So it don't really mean pre-family pharaohs. It means families of rule when a whole entire family would pass on the rule to the next heir in succession. You feel me? And so then when they saying pre-dynastic in the terms of what we talking about, they talking about before one family actually would hold down and have heirs to pass it through in succession. Word up. And that's a good, I'm glad you pointed that out. And so that's why they call these dynasties double zero and double zero, because he believes that this is enough evidence that I'm showing you to show that these were real and true kings. And so we shouldn't be telling people it started when it started. We got to go back 2 more families, it appears. Right? So let's go. So now we did substantiate as we went through this. We found this lion motif. We found them attacking him up. Someone just asked what time period this was. And unfortunately enough, all they just say is pre-dynastic Nubia. You could go into some of the source material, and I will share the link for people because this is one of the best websites for this information. It's been up for like 10 years. It's been one of my favorite places, and now I'm just sharing it. So all it says is De La Prehistory of something, the Ella Eri Dynasty, Egypt. I don't know what that means, but I do think he has more information, and what he could date. So just to note, we seen, just to take people who haven't been watching, we seen what could not be a lion here. Someone could say that ain't ever lying totally. But what I'm conjecturing, I'm willing to strike this one off if someone can prove this is not a young lion here. And then we have this Jashare bird here, right? And I was saying, look, we got to follow this. So then we went to, and we're no place close to finish. I just need to detail it for people. Next, we went to a palette that they call the Hunter's Palette, acting like they go out hunting lions, passing up hella deers and stuff. Now, there is something about a lion hunt I know about, but let's talk about this and keep it in context. Because right here, it appears that this is King Ru, because we see a Shrek and 2 bulls, right? The tribe of Shimshu Hor trying to break him off, right? Now we came to this next one. Well, I showed us that the tribe of Shimshu Hor stands independent here. As we see them just on their own motif. Look, Horus on the Shrek. That ain't so the followers of him is his Shimsu. But then we found Ru was getting busy. And it seemed like if we could see the rest of this palette, we could understand it more. But from what it appears, if this vignette is one complete vignette, I wonder, and look at these clothes this person had on. Man, it would have been cool to see this one. You feel me? What this look like on the top? They probably broke that on purpose. Well, let's check it out. I'm going to show you where it is, Tony. We do the homework. So look at this. You see, again, we got the area of these people, kind of like the second gnome-ish. because they put their standard in the ground and let us know. We don't got the name of these people, but we did see the stork associated with Rue on the other palette. I mean, not stork, but flamingo, which appears this might be. If not, it may be an abyss bird. But we seen this flamingo associated with, this is the pharaoh doing battle on the battlefield. And your partner over here is still tripping. Okay, let me see. Battlefield palette. So now there go another thing. You see, that let me know I gave somebody some props earlier when we was talking about the town palette in the era, but they did have their palettes wrong. But I ain't gonna go in on that. Battlefield palette. What they say, pre-dynastic period, but do we see a time on here? So if you want to get that, you probably click British Museum and go get more information. But we definitely see he got busy there. And then when we came to this one that we was just on, we finally see that even after they was trying to kill him up, all these could be out of order. Maybe he was in his town first, right? But he did have a town, okay? We learned all of that and we could see it clear here, right? Now let's go back. And now let's see the big old, we need a drum roll. I got a drum roll? No, I'm gonna get a drum roll. Because then we click this, and first we're going to skip and read the text. Now, that's crazy, right? What does it say? Tenahu, Tahinu, palette. This is why they say Libyan booty, siege, trees and towns palette, the Butu palette, the towns palette. Okay. Let's go look. It's in Cairo. Let's get some information. Again, when I look, these is bibliographies, so I'm only looking to see how they are, if some of these in early Egypt. See, they say pre-dynastic right here. But this is not the way to find out the dating of it. I just want to see if they saying Old Kingdom or pre-dynastic. And then we got a write-up by Alessandra Nibby on this. So that would be cool to see too. But let's look at this. First, let's look at this. So much error in calling this the Tahinu palette, but they just did it in ancient times and nobody fixed it yet. I ain't tripping. Knowing is the key. This is my existence. I don't got to fix the whole world. What if you did have to sit in front of a council of knowledgeable men in some etheric realm? They gonna put hands on people with all that pseudo knowledge. I'm gonna get so many rewards. Suppose if the watchers were watching. They think y'all pseudo. Suppose if any mythical tradition, whether religious, theological, or what have you, what if the watchers were watching? How could you be right? You think the watchers think you right? Anyway, look at this. This is error. Because they tell you guys that this has something to do with Libyans. It could indeed have something to do with Libyans, but we read this stuff. You see the palette? See, they was already working out their register system with the columns. This is tight. But look, ain't no word on here that say nothing about no Libyan. What do you have here? Simply a throw stick, yo. Okay? And it looks to be in some ground. You could do all the research on this you want. This is what they're using to say that this is the tenor hoop palette. I'm not objecting to that. I don't mind that. What they need to focus on is what I'm showing right now. And they know it's about towns. So when we scroll to the other side of the palette, something becomes very evident to us. First and foremost, let's look at the top. Whatever town this was, it was beef in it. Because the insignia, either the town was called something that got to do with fighting. But you see two men in opposite of each other, which would be like Katim or XTM, something like that, maybe. I could be wrong. Or no, XFT, Chafet or something like that. Is to be in opposition to people like this. You see this broken off part over here, one man standing on the left with his arms up in the choking position, and you can clearly see other dude arms is trying to do something to him too, and dude standing right here. So, and then they're in the city wall enclosures. Okay, not only that, we see the language has developed into this time period, but who is this over here to the left? There's some place called Kepler. See, we can read this now. We see the beetle. And we see the R at the bottom. Now, I'm going to do something that y'all don't want me to do, but I've been looking at this for a long time. And these dots inside of here somehow just turned into the dots of plurality. The three strokes of plurality and all that stuff. They got tired of just doing all this. You can say that's my conjecture because that's exactly what it is. Because no one is doing messing with this like this. Besides my brother who put this page up and his counterparts. But we clearly know that there was an area called Kepler back in the day. A town. This is the town's palette. Next, we can't tell who their knee suit was because at this time period, the tradition of placing the knee suit on top and not inside of the charrette. What's inside of the charrette is the name of the domain. Now they got the knee suit of it on top, so we can't tell who was over this first town, Kepler. The second town, Aha, which means fighting. I'm just calling it that. It doesn't say fighting, but I see fighting. And the ancient Egyptian word for fighting is aha. Aha! Haya! It should be haya, but it's actually aha. Right? Right here. Here we have, and it's starting to get legible, we have some type of a bird. Appears to be a stork. I don't know no stork like that. I mean, you know. I'm saying, though, what's this? How about y'all put in the chat if y'all had to make which bird this was? Because I could say this is the neighbor bird with these lines on top of his head. What's up? You debating for? No, you ain't falling back, Reggie. You tripping. We chilling. Y'all just gotta straighten out the nonsense. I was talking to Bobby Banger today. I say, Reggie about to fire you up. You better be over there. He say he ain't tripping, man. Any of us I could talk to my man Bob and say, yo, Reggie ain't ready for that. And we don't want Reggie to fall back. It's good, bruh. Everybody love you. Bobby Banger love you. Y'all just beefing. Feel me? I'll holler at big homie, man. Don't even trip. Now let's see. But you ain't falling nothing, bro. You on the ranks, bro. You get shot up for saying you will fall back. You know we archers. Don't go out like that. Doof, 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 doof. Because that's saying you're going to abandon on the battlefield. You feel me? You ain't doing that. You going to see this thing through. You are a soldier coming with information from the 70s, 80s with the elders. Can't get around, Brother Reggie. Don't let Smash be on this side. Then it's just ugly. Because everything that you ain't got, I got, Reggie. What they want to do. So, but you got to remember, it's good and it is what it is. You ain't going nowhere. Hopefully. When we scroll down, it becomes more revealing. But hold on, though. We passed up on, we was on the stork with the dots that I said may have turned into plurality. We're going to see why I conject that. But we clearly see he was holding a symbol for agriculture, which all Egyptologists let us know was symbols for kingship. Okay, this is a symbol for kingship, this merho. So we looking in time period without nobody even tell you about this. You can't find this on Wiki. It ain't a for this. For this. All right. Now, if you injured or wounded, you could take place under a tree, Reggie. But you ain't trying to leave it because you don't want to get wounded. That's nonsense. You a madjai archer. Use your arrows. Use your bow. The best way not to get wounded is to stay on the attack. Come back harder. Double down. Best defense is a good offense. But you know damn well the best offense is not a good defense. You'll defend everything and y'all will just both have no points. But anyway, I ain't the sports dude to say that. But anyway, let's check this out. We come down here and guess who you find? Your partner. Now, I called him Ru, but he's never recumbent. So whatever, Mahi, if y'all want to call him Mahi, that's a battlefield lion. He might be M-A-I. Like Mahi Hepri. Yeah, Reggie, we need you. You ain't going nowhere. But I will talk to Bob and say, man, Reggie, you don't want to do that, man. But I'm in order the spirit of it, y'all need to just be bosses and let me and Garfield settle that. Bobby could fuel Garfield and I could, because I'm a slave dude for him. Right in front of him, like we was Africans in the circle and you thought your partner was hard. And I just stepped in the circle and cracked his neck and said, ha ha ha, and handed you his head. No, instead of handed you his head, I'm going to walk to your well and place it in there. So that the blood of the dead could run through your city while you standing there wondering how vicious will Smash be. Pay tribute. Now, we see here Ru, or Mahi, like in Mahi Hepri, because that's a battlefield lion. So, but look at this. He has his merho. So did they kill him? Did the Shimsu Horde try to beat him up before this or after this? This might have been before they got at him. Because they ain't represented, well, let me take that back. The Shimsu Horde may be represented here, right here. Because here go Horus, the king. Not Horus, the gosh darn deity. This is a living person. Checkmate. Not Horus, the fake. This Horus walked on the ground. Say he didn't. Everybody in ancient Egyptian history who was represented with this iconography walked on the ground. You don't put a merho and then a city and city walls in front of no deity. So this ain't the Heru we thinking about. The deified Heru after this dude, whoever this must have been, did so much. They loved him. He was beloved. That's what this A means. It looks like an A. It is an agricultural tool. This is what I'm trying to say. Y'all say, first of all, we dumb because we think farming means something to some people who harvest wild grains because they grow in abundance. That's like you bringing the tater salad to the party. Well, you don't really get that, but I kind of don't either. Well, it's kind of like, you ain't on the grill, basically. You ain't getting it in, but I messed that up. I more or less think like, I gave a bad analogy and I don't like doing that. The symbol for kingship is the same symbol that ancient Egyptians used up until the time of Alexander and them. Okay? It's for real people. A merho, which is an agricultural tool. So if they brought agriculture, we should see their tools. That's how that worked. But you see the ancient Egyptian symbol for kingship, which means that first of all, this person he knew how to provide. All right? And if you don't think it was a person, good for you. Now, I'm going to come into his place and tell you where he ruled at. And now I'm just, if y'all ever want to attack something, try attacking this. Everything else I got is corroborated all with sources. This is me being humble. Look, Ma'am. I told you, I only see one M. Some will say Mu. Nah, I'm getting more out of that. This is Ma'am. But that's so much conjecture, right? I only see what could appear to be an M bird. Now, throughout history, the only bird in ancient Egyptian you'll ever see with two eyes, I'm giving y'all tricks and games and hints. Show me you'll see two eyes of another bird in ancient Egyptian history. It's only going to be the M bird. Thank you. My brother said it looks like an owl. The owl represents an M. If we go into the south, into these regions, well, how I know this is the south? Slow down. Just chill for a minute. It's the south. If we go into the south, into these regions, particularly, we will find areas that could possibly line up with a few of these places. But this might not be what we can definitively say is that this Heru king, one of the first you ever seen, was over an area, a city or a town that started with an M. That's the most fairest thing to say. All right. Or represented by the owl, however you want to call that. Here we come down to the two we want to talk about who are the main characters of the video. For anybody who thought it was pseudo. We have here a scorpion to the left holding a symbol for kingship, okay, on top of a town that isn't that easy to make. Shereku. I don't know, but that town had a building in it. That's all I would say. I would be able to try to argue that. All of these have some small type of things, but I think these three dots become to represent the plurality. All right. I don't even know if this turned into a hoop, but they put these lines at the bottom of the square shape and then do the top different to represent a building structure often. But I wouldn't know what the name of this place would be. Then we have the place that is most revealing, and I'm so glad this portion of the text was left to us. Everybody can see what this is in ancient Egyptian. These are Ka arms. Uh-oh. So now, like I told you, these 3 dots turned into the dots of plurality. Plurality. Oh my gosh. What is the word? Plurality. Golly, that was a brain fart. Those dots could also be used, now we see, as plurality. Therefore, we have ka'u, ru, or ma'i, ma'i the beloved, from the city ka'u. Now, what if I go to one of my old articles from 10 years ago? I suggest you guys read Rap God WordPress when y'all be getting bored, because the knowledge is still there. What if I go to one of these articles and I pull up an attestation from Winnie, who Budge called Una? These are the reasons why we don't mess with Budge. You'll be looking for the inscription of Una. Now, I know this. The reason why a lot of y'all can't even find this text is because Budge called it Una. You could go looking for Winnie. You ain't finding it. So now you even need to know some people's errors in order to get through the text corpus. But let's look here, particularly at this last group of Nubians. Oh, I do the work. Somebody write what this group of Nubians is called right here. Yes, my brother Reggie. My brother Reggie. Somebody read and put it in the chat what this say right here. We found them, and that's why I told you that other M place was Mayam, and it probably could be Mijah. I didn't take it there, but Mayam is on here. Wait, where's Mayam? Oh, I don't want to go too far. This is Yam, okay? But this is the M. Now, when they did this Mijah on this one, they did it kind of different. They did an M, a D, and another M, but let's not focus on that. What we're focusing on is this. We see these Ka arms. We see a A, that's just Ka, A, and then the U chick. Ka'au, Nubians. Now, I never seen no scholarly work showing nothing about where Ka'u is. They always know it was close to Wawat, Yam, and Mijah. And Tamay down here. Timahu land. This is how we know people mess up with the Timahu, because they was down south with them Nubians. Exactly, brother Reggie say Ka'au or Ka'au. Now if we come back here, Ka'u appears to be said right here. If I just take a screenshot of this and you send this to an Egyptologist and say, what does this say? Most often, 80% of them, they're going to say Ka'u, but they're going to put one A. They're going to put K-A, and then they'll put a W, or someone put a U. But we can clearly see that I'm not off on a tangent. We have to remember that the language is developing. And so what we clearly could see that this dude was in Nubian areas, it appears. Whoever this I'm gonna say Mai for a warrior lion now, instead of Ru for a recumbent lion. And then we got the Scorpion King. But it's gonna get even funnier. Because remember when we come to these palettes, and I said that might be 2 tribes of Heru, one from the east and one from the west. Well, let's think about it. We only be thinking, everybody think this dude might have got, well, not everybody think, but some people may think that if this person really existed as a king, he died obviously and got immortalized and venerated, and it became the Heru that we know, right? But watch this. This is what get really crazy. You come over here after the King Scorpion City, which I really wouldn't know what to say. I would try hard to say this was some type of a building in the city. Shareku, I don't know, but that I don't know any place that leads to that. Well, let's come over here and we see now they are just using the 3 dots on all of these. Because even on the same palette, it seemed like he was like, why I'm putting all these dots? Whatever, but y'all can say that was just a bad interpretation. But on the bottom row, he's only using 3. And it might represent the ooh of plurality, but what we need to see about this place, which I can't make, what type of font floral or this is or whatever. When we go up, we see something that's very crazy. Now that's crazy, right? That's crazy. If we really know what we're looking at, we like, wow. Because I just showed us these standards they had to do. Now look, some people try to say this is double falcon. So let's talk about it. When we look at the actual work and we're not looking at pictures no more, because we're going to do that next. There's going to be somebody called Double Falcon in Dynasty 00. But I'll be wondering why they say that. Because right here, you could clearly see they were 2 different individuals. If this is a falcon in the front, fine. It could not be, though. But let's go back to the one that we think turned into a standard representation of a falcon later. That's more clear because they have more space to write it. When we come look at this, I want to know if these birds on top of these standards right here is still supposed to be that. Do y'all think that's 2 falcons? Well, the one to the right could be different from the one to the left, but they said double falcon and they got to look at this in person, so I'm just going to rock with that. But what we need to notice here is what I talked about earlier. Remember the standards that were holding that man captive? And one was like a Heru bird, and the other was like a stork. I could start to see that difference here too if I look at it, but I can't overdo that. We could just only look at what we can make. And so what we can make is they are indeed on standards, right? Without no spots under them. They simply got a town glyph under them. This is Predynastic. But they were kings. And it seemed like they had some dual regency over this one town. So maybe this is representative of a male and a female. All right, but I do not know that. Now, when we go look at the homework, these will be the ones that they call double falcon. And then we'll see the dating, because he actually does date this, right? And I don't know what the Metal Netter brothers would probably try to make of this. We got options. This isn't a Sioux plant, but we got to remember this is Old Kingdom. We just have to look through the options of what type of, it appears to be a flower that this represented. But back to, for anybody who was just watching to see about King Scorpion and King, the Lion King, now we see, damn, the fix is in, huh? They really will take some African history that they probably just was in. So you could actually be in college, you major in hella different, I mean, you major in your major, but you take various different courses. You could be majoring, I'll share the link, shout out to Brother Reggie. You could be majoring in screenwriting with a minor in history. And you could just get an idea from something you was in history class learning. And then people would think, oh, look, they still in the black coat. No, man, all creative people draw on a source. And so now we could barely see they didn't come out the clear blue sky with no Lion King and no Scorpion King. That's too close. That was actually history. So I'm about to share the link, but first, before I share the link, I want to get to the part of this site that actually starts to discuss the information. So here we're going to go to Dynasty 0, and hopefully we can make it back to Dynasty 00. And let me open up a Zoom. Dynasty. And thanks for the contributions to the show. Uh-oh, they messing me up. Well, I think I'm sharing too much. Let me see what's going on. Stop video. Why does it do that sometimes? Let me see. Settings, virtual camera. Stop virtual camera, start virtual camera. Sometimes my, yeah, that's not right. Okay. So maybe I don't need my virtual camera. All right, and then I will share the link. Reggie, you up late? It ain't really late. It's just like 1 something out there. It's 10 where I'm at, man, or whatever. How can I find the thing? Video. Lion King. 66 people in the building. Shout out to y'all. How many likes we got? 47 likes. I appreciate y'all who went to the effort to click the like. That is the cheapest and the freest way to contribute to the show. Just liking the channel, man. You ain't got to hit Smash Rock at Cash App, but I love the people who do. Keep it popping. Y'all the source of a lot of motivation as I try to build this channel up. Remember that. I be like, dang, people like the show like that. So I just shared the link. I ain't got time to wait till it move up to pin it. So I'm going to go back to what we were looking at as we wait for people to hit the link. Now here he going to get it in. I mean, he gets it so in, I won't even attempt to act like I'm going to read any of this. What I am going to go is go to his diagrams that are very useful. Now here's his article, Dynasty Zero, in the PDF form. It's not short. But this article is larger, different version than the one on the present page. He's letting you know that he went in more. Now, I'll just get in a little bit of it, but, you know, dude, this page is so long. He do real good work. So I'll just be reading forever. Actually, I'm just going to go to what we came here to see. And if you want some knowledge to beat people up with, read all this and learn this. Now here he telling us about, he talking about Nakata 2 and all this stuff. He going in, but I'm waiting to see this list he got on here. He go, look, here he's talking about Double Falcon. Now, I showed you just one place where we seen them 2 falcons on top, but this dude got homework. Look, so he got another Shrek here with 2 falcons on the top. And then we got this icon with the 2 falcons on the top. And so he's saying this is he got 5 inscriptions of Double Falcon. Well, I didn't say he got 5. At this point, he's looking at the 5th inscription of Double Falcon. Okay, on top of a Shrek. Now, just to read this, generally indicated as Double Falcon, the king name was encountered by M.T. Kledat in the spring of 1910. He was excavating El Mahimdia or whatever, in the northeast delta when a Bedouin arrived at his camp with a jar and some fragments and sites with inscriptions. Oh, now they're going to take me to there while I'm reading. Great. Let's go back. Bedouin arrived at his camp with a jar and some fragments and sites with inscriptions, which Kledat soon recognized as archaic. Their provenance was a few sites, few miles distant, known as El Beta, where they had been found during the planting in the palm grove, led to that of blah, blah, blah. I'm going to be reading this forever. But Double Falcon, all right? Now, when we get down to the nitty gritty, I want to see this list still. But he'll tell us all this stuff, the Tasseti glyph. The first evidence that suggests a possibility of a Nubian A group proto-state, Tasseti, during the early Nakata 3 was a seal impression from Siali, or Sai Ali, yep. Found in 1960 by K. Seal. it says, it represents a sitting bearded bear ruler, apparently saluting with his hands the glyph of Taseti. Now he say he's saluting with his hands the glyph of Taseti, which will make him be doing some type of an Aryan salute. That look. You see this? Where he got the hand up like that? but nevertheless, he could be saluting Taseti. But he's seeing what Brother Reggie sees here. Writing. And the development of writing. That bow right there with that thing up under it is given a set, and then we see he says this could be a T, this could be a T. Here go Heru on top of a charrette. Here go another Heru on the charrette. A different type. All right. I did share the link. I know you said you was updating, Reggie. No problem. We chilling. I'm up for a minute. I ain't sleepy. Now, here we go. The Dynasty 0 rulers of Thinis or Abydos were buried in Cemetery B, the latest royal tombs of Aha. But, man, he got all this work on here. But let's see. All right, there go Brother Reggie. So let me see if I can share my screen. Go to the Zoom. Start share. Share the screen. Let's share with sound. And we got Brother Reggie joining as his phone logs in here. Now this write-up is so long that I'm trying to get to one part. But again, this is like better than Wiki. This that work. Now look, before continuing to ascend to the Aberdeen line of Dynasty 0, we must consider two rulers who left no traces of themselves at Abydos. King Scorpion II. So we just thought it was one Scorpion King. Huh? It was more than one Scorpion. And guess who else, bro? Y'all don't even know about all these pharaohs. Horus Crocodile. Now let's slow down because he just dissed you. See, Reggie, I can't wait till you online, Reggie, because this work is just astonishing. Guess who Horus Crocodile is? He a old kingdom, bruh. This is the truth. Oh my God, watch this. What's up, Wazoo? Let me show you who Horus Crocodile is. Khenti. What's up? Khenti. You chilling? We know Kenti, I meant to you, but we don't know.
Chilling, my bad.
We don't know Kenti Keti. Now we do because I've been talking about him. Let's keep it a buck. Kenti Keti. Kenti, so Kuta Kenti Keti. I don't care. I'm gonna make everything black African. They're gonna be mad. But Kenti Keti, yeah, I love that. They be off their chair. They be off their rocker saying wild stuff live. Now look, this is crazy because it's say in Egyptian mythology, Kenti Keti, also spelled Chinti, Cheti, whatever, was a crocodile god, though he was later represented as a falcon god. See? So we got the crocodile being the falcon still in later times, but then they're going to show you how they tripped off that this was Horus. Look, at earlier times, he was a crocodile god. Of the region called the Thebes in Lower Egypt. This is why, in Egyptian history, he has often been associated with Sebek and is said to be the owner of a Thebes. However, during the Middle Kingdom, he was shown to be related to Horus and was shaped as a hawk. At the time, his name was Horus Kenti Keti. Now, that's just because they figured that out in the time of the New Kingdom. But earlier, they already had that figured out because, look, he could take the form of a giant black bull named Kim-Ur. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. Brother Reggie, we need you to get your mic working. It's working? I see a mic on there right there, but I don't see no volume going up and down it. It's all good. Log in from the phone if you need to. Do whatever. Love to have you visit the show. So it says, now we're talking about a crocodile form of Horus. No one teaches about that. You know why? Because I'm not trying to be, I hope I don't sound pretentious. I'm simply putting notes in the information that we need to know is valuable. You know what I'm saying? I don't know nobody, why you keep saying nobody teach that? I hope I don't sound like Shaka almost used to sound. And I'm the only one.
Wow.
That ain't what I'm doing, yeah. What'd you say, bro?
I said no. I don't think people getting that vibe from you.
Word, I appreciate it. It says he could take the form of a giant black bull named Kim So we know Osiris took the form of Kim because he was Kimmy when he took the form. But now we see they telling you Heru would turn into this black bull too. Kim Kim where? I keep saying Kim where? Now it really goes to Kamor. I love doing this. Type Kamor, the French word. Oh, that's a bomb on the screen too. But well, let me stay focused. Horus crocodile. So what was he telling us here is before all that happened, there was actually a man who was represented by the crocodile and the hieroglyph. He says both are, and they call them rulers. Both are known by their very few inscribed objects. The peculiarity of these rulers is that the epigraph, province, and the typology of their sources speak for a datation surely not post-Narmer and very likely neither pre-Ka. Wow. So he's saying they would have been ruling after Narmer or during Narmer. He says it, and they might have been thought to represent, I don't know what this, Gen Kong, some type of a king. He says Dreyer defines crocodile, okay. Thus, rebellious are usurpers. More likely, they were the last expression of ancient local independent ruling lineages, which ceased to reign only when the powerful kings in the Thinite region moved northward to occupy the territories with which, until then, they had only entertained peaceful commercial relations. But in this respect, the position of Scorpion II, now that's the second Scorpion king, at Heracleopolis is hard to explain, and Dreyer thinks that this was a Thinite king too. So they talk about the different cliques that was popping in the areas of Upper Egypt. It says the different writing of his name and the Nekin and the Nekin, but that's an area. So he probably meant at Nekin, whatever. And the Nekin finds, yeah. Can't be a certain indication of the Heracleopolis origin of Scorpion II. Every whore had different royal name marked too, and Norma also was known at Nekin. The giant mace head of Scorpion, and if we never seen this before, this is how we know King Scorpion was real. Let's open link in a new tab. And here, well, we should see the actual mace head, not a picture of it. Well, they got a picture of it, but look, we see this guy with the white crown. Oh, there go Brother Reggie. Hold on. We see this guy with the white crown of Upper Egypt. He has a scorpion under his name. This rosette is normally the rosette for a standard bearer, so this is crazy. I mean, for a sandal bearer, so it's crazy why he would put that next to his name. But we got this rosette. Look at the tribes right here in the possession on his thing. We still can see there was a dog tribe or whatever. I don't know if that's Set or another one that looks like a jackal. Yeah, exactly. But we can see right here, he's holding the agricultural tool as the person sows the seeds in front of him. Reggie, you ready yet? Let's see if we got you yet. And he has his fan bearers behind him. So since he has a scorpion here, now some would say this might have been here like this, and this is a red him with the red crown of Lower Egypt. But I don't know. Now, it's good to look at these gnomes. I mean, well, I don't want to say gnomes because they're not gnomes
So
yet.
Smash, these are both representations of the Scorpion King.
Well, this one with the mace in his hand, which I would not know if they was running up on this dude or if this is just him represented in different prestige on another register or whatever. But this is definitely a representation of the Scorpion King. This comes from a piece of a broken vase that we could actually look at the primary on the site too. But you see the Scorpion right here,
Yeah.
and it looks like it literally got a single scroll under it. And then we see this rosette, which would acknowledge his. It's some confusion here, because later this went on to mean an underling of a king. So this is why people conject that he might have been Narmer's sandal bearer at a time. And you can read people saying that. Now, we can probably go look at something else, but we clearly see.
It's aligning with the like the tribesmen in the front.
What is?
Peace. Can you
We
hear
got
me?
Brother Reggie in the
Brother
building.
Reggie in the
All
building. I
right.
was hoping
So
you joined back, Brother Reggie.
yeah, so I'm just trying to figure out. Okay, so I'm looking at the screen. I did want to show you okay, so with this piece, there's a couple of interesting pieces. So there's the lapwing bird up on top hanging by the neck, right?
Yeah, should I scroll up?
Yeah, you can scroll up. That's the lapwing bird, right? Hanging by the neck
Right
with
here, you
the
talking about these?
yeah, that's the lapwing.
So what is the lapwing bird, and what does it represent? Does it mean
It's
they
a
was?
rekeat. It's a rekeat.
Oh, so that's people. That's the people. That's just the people.
Yeah, that's the rekeat with the staffs. Interesting. This I don't know in the middle one if that's a men, right?
Yeah.
That one right there. I don't know if that's a men. Um, uh, I want to say interesting. So there's a techno on the line underneath the rekeats, right? Go to the left
We
with the
over here.
man with that, right? That's a techno, right?
So this is
Right.
something happening with some type of a burial procession over there, huh? Or what do you
Yeah,
think?
yeah. So we went back and forth over sacrifice and stuff like that. So we're not gonna do that today,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
There's the women underneath it, mourning, right? Those are the what do you call those dancers? The moo dancers, the moo
Kes
dance?
Kes? I thought it was Kes Kes. I know that's the Nubian dance, but I don't know if that's them who do represented right there. But
It could be most likely because it's a funeral procession. It's the moo dancers, right?
okay.
Of course, you have um, you just moved it with the white crown. Of course, you have the scorpion, and then you have the male shishette, kind of a shishah.
Where is that at?
Okay, go. It's the rosary.
Oh,
Go
okay,
to
yeah, this rosary. So what is the
right.
rosary in Medu Neter?
Shishah. So we see this rosary person during when we go to the Nurma palette.
Yeah.
And when you go to the murmur palette, I'm hoping that you do that. And then there's all those standard bearers. So this is the same, the murmur palette type formation, right? Where you see when we go to the murmur palette, you would say the same king type, right? And he's got the same bull tail, right? He's holding the farmer glyph, the mer glyph. Interestingly, like this, he has something on his shash.
Yeah, I know. I
Not
was looking at that too.
right. And then it's the Twa people, the shorter people with the netter staff, because the netter staff has the two flags, and then you should see about four of them. And there is so if we went to the norm if we go to the normal palette, so if everybody wait, so there's something with the king with the red crown. Okay, so he has okay, so we go to the normal palette.
Well, I will, but I just want to ask you a question for the people. So, from your knowledge of Medu Neter, is saying there was a Scorpion King pseudo?
No, it's a name of someone. Yeah. So it's not pseudo. just like the lion. Yeah, those are all dangerous animals. These are attributes of the king or the king's people. So these are all dangerous things that were on that fort. So if we go to the Nuremberg,
Well, we're
and
gonna go to the Norman Palette right now. Let me see if I can find it.
Raphael, I mean, I love this site
Oh
right
no,
here.
man, this is a wonderful site, dude.
I don't talk too much about, I don't talk too much about it.
I wish I
But
could get in touch with this scholar because
Yeah.
he'll break everything down. He'll beat the brakes off these Mediterraneans. He'll be like, "What? This should go back to forever." But I'm looking for Norman, right? So I should just go to Corpus of Palettes.
as long as you can blow it up, it's not gonna
Yeah,
work
it's
unless
all
you can
good. It's
blow it up.
right here.
Okay, blow up the second one, not let me see.
Not this one.
Yeah, that one, yes. Now I'm gonna show
Uh,
you something.
let me
Now
see.
keep blowing up the Falcons because the double Falcons are there, right? So we think that they're double Falcons. Keep blowing it up, right?
Let me keep
Keep
going.
blowing it up, keep blowing up. All right, so right there, right, you have two Falcons because I've been doing work on the evolution.
Wait. I see a bull on mine. Are you looking on YouTube or in
No, I'm looking at the screen. You
I
blew
see
it up too
bot
much.
or bot. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
you
blew it
blew it up
up
too
too
much.
much? Okay, there you
Yeah.
go.
All right, right there.
Right
Right?
here.
Okay. So what is it? We do a lot of computer science. We used to do a lot of let's say comparisons of details, right? So what's different between these two warbirds on the staff? Matter of fact, let me just make it. What's the difference between the two staffs?
Okay, let me go
You
see.
can blow it up a little bit more.
I will. Let me see. Hold on. Let's go look.
Right there. Right there. Move the
These two
staff.
staffs? Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Now we need to look at them from the bottom to the top to see what's the difference. Okay.
not that's from the top, right?
Mhm.
Because now the two birds seem almost identical, right?
Yeah, but what's
Except
that? What's
one
that?
is uh
I apologize. After I mean, behind the two birds, is that a, a monkey on that?
Nah,
no,
it's supposed
that's
to be a placenta, but we'll get to that
No,
after you break.
on top of the placenta. I mean, that's
no, there's a king's placenta at the end. And
no.
then
I'm saying the placenta's in the very back. I'm talking about the
right,
second
so I'm
symbol.
trying to
The third
explain it to
symbol.
you.
Oh yeah, the
I'm trying
third
Yeah, the
one. Yeah,
third.
he gonna get to it. Let him get to it.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I've been trying to get to it. So that's basically a jackal in his burrow. A jackal in his burrow, right? That's what that is. A jackal, the dog and his burrow. That's what it is. And then when we get back to the two falcons, one is taller than the other, right? When we're doing pattern recognition. And then, okay, so one is taller than the other. Then the thing that gets me is the second falcon, right? Underneath him, that's a T. So, okay, move your cursor there and I'll show you the difference.
Are you talking about with the area that look right here?
Yeah.
This
Right,
area
keep
right
going.
here with my cursor.
Right there. That is that's the feminine T.
I got a snippet so people could really see it and I can blow it up really big. Hold on. Just give me a second. So now that's kind of weird that you looked at it that hard because my eyes would have probably I don't even my eyes can't even really tell that much
No, because
detail.
I had it blown up and I looked it on the sheet.
So y'all see it getting big now or not?
Yeah, it's just blurry for most people.
Yeah, but they can still make that section.
I think I have a better image.
All right, if you want to share
If I can find the I'm gonna
So he said I'm gonna just make it work because you saying that this basically I could color it some. He's saying that this area down here is representative of a feminine.
Yeah, that's what I did too. I colored it. So because I was looking at Nakata and I found the feminine T right in Nakata. and then this is the later period where most people don't know and they don't understand is that they are actually writing. So most people, so now this is language. So this is moved from pictorial to writing, right? So now we have we what you did with the palette is that we actually had sounds. You don't know what you did, right? But what you was doing was you was reading Metanetia. When we was doing the Ka Au, right? We was reading early pre-dynastic writing. And it wasn't, so it's not pictorial, it's actually writing, right? And so we can lay that on the Abydos, what do you call it? The Abydos, Gunter Dwyer's Abydos, but he only went as far as that. He didn't go further. He didn't go further to where we were actually looking at. So Smash was reading pre-dynastic, but you're not supposed to be able to read pre-dynastic. Exactly. Oh, y'all didn't know that, huh? He was just doing it like it was easy, like there's papers on it. No, there's no papers on it. It stops with Gunter Dwyer, right? It doesn't go that way. So you're not going to see people start talking about that this is actually writing. So while you're doing that, I think I'll find it in a
Well, you see the rosette? So look, I'll build on that while you're doing that. If anyone could look at this flower, which is at the half height of Narmer, and then we have this person who's the half height of Narmer, probably representing he holding half not the physical stature, but he's an underling. Now, this is a sandal bearer. People like your sandal bearer, your cup bearers, they hold high positions. He's even holding something that looks like he might have been his cup bearer too. Like
to wash the feet of the
to wash his feet. Okay, great, thank you.
He's a feet washer.
Feet washer.
But now we have with the rosary, right? We have this is the funny later in the period, Tahuti, you see Tahuti and Sheshet, right? This is earlier than that, before that. And so if we go to the woman in front, who is, watch this, she has writing palettes hanging off of her. You see those things right there? And we have her name.
Right here, basically.
Right. And we have her name. Right? Her name is Chet. Or Thought. Right? Well, if we add the Greek. So, but then we go, watch this. We go back to the man who's the saddle bearer. He has the kind of, not the sheshet. I'm not going to call it sheshet. I'm going to say it's the male version. And then it looks like he has, I'm trying to figure out, is that a, what's that, hair or tap? Which one is underneath it, right there?
Oh, it could be a whore. I mean, hair. It could be a hair. Yeah.
Right. And so I think in later time periods, they created the Houthi as the man. They switched the optics, because Sheshet, if you look at Sheshet, if you look at the name of Sheshet, look at who she is.
Who is she?
No, look at pull up the glyph of Sheshet.
All right. You want me to do the TLA or just a quick wiki?
Yeah, just a Google. Yeah, just a quick.
Sheshet. Okay, I'll pull it right up. We could have looked at the TLA too, but SHET. All right, should be 18.
Yeah, Sheshet. Look at it.
Now, what's the glyph for Sheshet? Y'all can all see this, right?
There it goes, right there.
Oh, you think that's the rosary?
That
looks like some bud.
Yeah, I know. So there's a rosary. Because that's both of them are plants. So I think in this later period, they switched the roles of the two people. That's just my thinking. That's just my thinking, that what they in fact did, that they switched these two people that is really important to kingship, to Houthi and Sheshet, right? The writing, right? And So I'm still looking for.
So you think I messed this up right here when I thought this was two horses at the top?
Yes, Hor and Horet.
Hor and Horet, you think?
Yeah, because I'm gonna show you if I can get this.
You don't think that's a
can.
set animal? You think that's I mean, you think that's
Yeah, that's
a jackal?
that's,
So it's
yeah, yeah.
Oh, hey, I put it in the back chat. What Garfield on his show was saying the Predynastic Nakata 1 and 2, the figurines look just like those people you talking about right now.
Mm-hmm.
When you have time, I want you to look at it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I will.
That dude gonna say anything, man.
Right.
He
So
was showing primary though. That's his primary.
Yeah. That's cool.
he,
This
no,
is
you gotta be able to read the meta nature to be able to start making these to actually start making points like that. And that's the issue. Otherwise it's just thoughts. You gotta have some
Now this,
keep
yeah,
talking.
yeah. So this is a source I had when they was talking about different Nubians, but I like this source because instead of using the hieroglyph to instead of using the, let me see, present. Let me see why they let me present. Why is it not letting me present? Oh well. Forget it. But we can still see it. That up here, where they got the word for feathered Nehes. So we got two type of Nehes. Let's take a look at this. If this thing will come off the screen. It ain't let me present. It's just messing up right now. Let me click refresh. Or maybe it'll fix itself. And it was just that I never even knew they had a term for feathered Nehes. So they feathered Southerners or feathered Nubians. And then they say,
Do we have
go ahead.
Do we have any written language in Tallahassee or in Upper Egypt? Anything in Nubia or whatever?
Not until late period, and I mean sometime relatively recent. And the cold part about that is, and the Southern Egyptians spoke the Egyptian language too. We just keep looking at the Nubians as some other people, but they would have spoke the Egyptian language too.
So what's the name of their writing in the southern part?
What you talking about when they finally got it? I mean, that was after Coptic. We lost Reggie.
Wow.
Yeah, I think we might have lost Reggie, huh?
No, I'm still here.
Okay, was I
Reg,
supposed to
before
be
you leave,
looking
I
for
want to
some?
share something with you.
I'm just waiting for my screen to come up. No. So
We-
you said what is the writing of when? Where?
of the Nubian or Nahasi or in the southern part. I heard they cannot decipher it or whatnot. What
You're
text
not
they
talking
can't
about
decipher down south?
the Moreau, or you talking Mero, or you talking about because they was writing. Listen, the Nubians. Remember, they was writing Egyptian because they try to contact the people in Tamehu, right, during the Hyksos period, right, the Hekakusu period. So the Hekasu Nubians was and the Tamehu was trying to trap the Thebians, right? And Kamos complained about it because they captured they captured a letter, right? They captured a letter from the Nubians. So the Nubians was writing their asses off to the Tamehu groups.
Mm.
You ain't know that? You ain't know that story?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, during the time of during the time of, you didn't know about the captured letter from that Kamos captured, where they said that uh, that he's trapped between two if you look for the letter, I can find it in a minute. But
Are you talking to Smash about that letter or us?
I'm talking to
A
everybody.
No,
hippopotamus and
no.
a crocodile or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
Okay, so
Hey, but did you see that he just
That's a
showed that
cold story.
did you see that he just showed that Heru, there was a dude called Horus Crocodile in ancient times? And then that lines up with Kim and all that stuff.
yeah, that's
All right.
that's before their beloved the Trebus.
All right, let me break this down for the people, and then I'm gonna surrender the floor because this is we gonna close to the segment about these kings. Now, it wasn't just Scorpion. Look at this, dude. Y'all gonna look at this and go crazy. It says, consider that most of the names before a double falcon may actually represent place names or else, because he was left on this too. Now, this is all palettes and things that they have with certain symbolism that make them believe these could have been pre-dynastic rulers. Look at this sequence of rulers. Bruh, Onyx. Wait, first let's identify what double Oryx. Let's identify what double falcon is. Now, remember, he said, consider that a lot of the names before double falcon here. So let's start at the bottom and go back in time. He got Narmer, then Scorpion 2. We hadn't even heard of Scorpion 2 being ruling before Narmer because the Scorpion King was way early before that. But we got Ka, Irie Hor. Now, how they got him listed like that, we could talk. But this is how he got this lined up dealing with the data he's dealing with. Then we go to these blanks, double falcon, and it's showing you it's incised on jars. We got lion. Now, he agreed with me. He's asking the question, is the lion from the lion hunter's palette actually this Rude, the Lion King that I've been talking about? You see, he put a question mark next to that. Then we got Falcon 2. Now, I don't know if we identify which of those falcons that we would be calling Falcons 2, but we seen heck of falcons on top of Shreks. That's not to be confused with double falcon. And believe me, I am still reading a list of what the scholar thinks was rulers from the evidence left, like the evidence we just went over. Now, he told us to consider everybody under double falcon may just be a place name or something, but when we analyzed the lion, we could clearly see that wasn't no place name. They wasn't shooting that place name up, and the place name wasn't the king. But we have men on the standard, okay? So we should trace that back to being something ancient. And this is the ink on some net painted cylinder jars where he gets this from. We got the first falcon, which was that Heru we was talking about at first, which would possibly be, if there was a Heru that existed as a king, it would probably be him that they're talking about. Then he's around Scorpion, the first Scorpion King. Now, he even found bucranium on the standard, Brother Reggie. And we know that Nubians buried their kings with surrounded by bucrania, and we didn't know why. But now we see that it was at one point, well, at least the bucranium was on the standard, so it may have been the area of bucrania, or it may have been venerated, as we know they venerated it.
Tell the people what bucranium is. They don't know. That's true.
Oh, yeah. Well, we're talking about bovine skulls or cattle skulls, ox head.
And you was talking, Smash was talking to the nubiologist, the sister Sheila. What's her name? Shayla?
Dr. Shayla Monroe.
Yeah, Dr. Shayla Monroe. And Smash was the star of the show because he was talking her talk about bucranium.
Yeah, I was one of the ones she didn't tell to go read some books.
Yeah, we know. Gullah Geechee, she told Reed Clyde Winters. She told Gullah Geechee. She said you should read. And you know, they say that Clyde Winters is pseudo, but Dr. Shayla Monroe said go read Clyde Winters. So that's a problem, right? Huh?
Oh, that is a problem, right?
Right. That's a problem with people calling people pseudo.
Yeah, that name calling ain't cool.
Go read Clyde Winters.
Huh? Say what?
She said go read Clyde Winters.
Yeah, she told him go read Clyde Winters.
Okay.
Smash got the video somewhere, right?
Yep. Well, if we
remember
look
that.
back, we got all of these that they think might line up with the secrets of rulers, all the way down to shell, fish, elephant, bull, because of the way that they were represented on some of the iconography left over. But I'll close that out
Mhm.
right there. That was evidence to
No, don't
a
close it out.
yeah.
I'm waiting to pull something up.
Oh, I'm gonna
Don't.
let no, I'm not closing the show out at all. I'm about to just let y'all share the
No,
screen.
that's this where you are is
Okay,
important
okay, let's
because
keep it here.
okay, so let me so I'm just waiting for my thing to show up. Okay, so they have a kind of
I made it too
a,
big.
a image in a vase, and the image of the vase talks about many of these groups of people from another from somewhere else. So where does he say he got that from? Where how does he say that he gets these groups of people? Where
Oh, working on the, Gunther Dreyer did a lot of this work too. And so
right, okay.
Rafiescu leans on some of the work of Gunther Dreyer.
Now, where do they say that they have an image? Because I have the image. I
Of
actually
who?
have the image because I've been writing a book on reading pre-dynastic materials that
Uh-huh.
I did a lot of work on, and then I lost my edits, and then I've had some difficulties with some finances because of my XRP, and so I didn't I just got a little frustrated. But give me a second. I'm waiting for this thing to come up, and I'm going to show you some pages of my book. Uh, okay, so and I was working with Jed M. Ankh, and Jed M. Ankh, he he took some of my work and he presented at Arsh. Okay, so this stuff is not coming up in this book right here, so I'm gonna have to reload it. Um, Give me a sec.
It's
Why is
all
it not?
good. Take your time. I'm just chilling.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks. I'm gonna have to kind of reload. I'm gonna, or maybe I can show part of it, but the part that shows. So I want to show some interesting things. So I'll just share my screen right here. Share my screen.
And thanks for the cash apps. I see y'all. Anointed, and then it was let me see. Thank y'all. Let me see who that was. Chris and Anointed. Thank y'all for the cash app. Oh,
Okay.
I accidentally hit that.
Okay. I'll show y'all some aspects of this is my unedited piece, right? Okay. So with this vase here, if y'all can see this vase right here, and I'm gonna get to the other stuff, but since this came up first. So over here is Bot. So this is the woman Bot, and this is on Nakata, Nakata 2A, right? Now you see her here, but then you see this vase right here, and there's pyramids, right? Whatever we want to call it. And here's her followers, and we're going to talk about this. And Smash, you actually helped me with a couple of things. Remember when I was asking some questions where we have bot over here in the plural, but the more important thing is that I want to say is that you see bot here, right? Well, if you look over here, this is probably the first hieratic right here. So this is bot here in hieratic in Nakata.
On the standard too. On the standard, huh?
On the netter standard, because these two flags. So this is bot. This is the dancing woman bot. You see her hands on top of her head, right? So this is bot in hieratic, right? But this is where it comes from here. So let me just so some of this stuff it wasn't coming up, and so that bothers me because this is my book. This is my book. So I'm reading Predynastic. Is this I'm reading Predynastic, and so I was writing a book on how to read Predynastic. So I went a little bit further. I went a little bit further than Gunter Dwyer, and actually you helped me. Why is this not working? Okay.
Go back to that pottery shop with the had the red tops, and I want to just make an instance. Is that your article or whose article?
Yeah. I'm still trying to navigate
Oh well,
where.
you got it too big for navigation. That ain't the reason. Minimalize it so you can see where you at. I mean, I think that's one of the reasons.
No, my screen might look different than
Oh,
your
okay,
screen.
okay. I
So
apologize.
that so I'm looking for it in my screen. Okay. So okay. So in the Tassili Niger, there is the running horned woman. And I think that's the precursor in rock art for Bot, right? So I think that she is there in the Tassili Niger, right? And so she's a cattle woman. She's a cattle goddess. She's a cattle goddess. And let's just see where I am. Okay. So then we start looking at the Nakata vases. Oh man, some of the stuff is not coming up, man. Shoot. Where you actually see where people might think this is a necklace, right? But this is uh, uh, um, okay. So I detected that this is tough nut right here, right? This is an early form of test nut, which is moisture, right? Man, this is not the right one, but I'm gonna rock with this because some of it is gonna come up. Some of my images is gonna come up because some did because you saw the vases. So what I did was, okay, so Gunter Dwyer, we know we've done this before, right? Where this is ba and this is deceit, right? So this is basit, right? Gunter Dwyer did this. I didn't do this. And he said this is the mountain, like in the Hotep Dinosut.
Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew.
Yeah. Mountain Dew, right? And this bird right here is the he said it was Jahu for sunshine or Iau.
Why? What is Jahu? I thought that was Aku. Or whatever.
I'm thinking it's Aku. So some people call it Jahu.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So all of this is Gunter Dwyer. This is directly from Gunter Dwyer, what he wrote. Right. And this form over here, it may be a form for I thought was nighttime. Well, Gunter Dwyer wrote that, so I just took it straight from Gunter Dwyer. But I'm not concerned about that. I'm more concerned about where we were talking about because there's this beautiful standard, and most people don't know. This is the funny thing. Most people don't know that this is the forebearer of English. This is rune. This is rune before you have the Latin characters. So
Rome?
Runes.
R-U-N-E-S. R-U-N-E-S.
Yes. So
Runes. Okay.
yeah, runes. So when you get the Beowulf story and stuff like that, before it's Latinized, it's actually in runes. But let's go, because this is all part of the Meta Nature story. So let's go to here. Okay, where are we at? Okay, I think yeah. So these are. So I was saying that when you so that figure that was on the what do you call it? So in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, they have a Nakata picture of Bot, and the difference because she's a falcon and she's a kind of she's a falcon person, right? They call her bird woman, but on the back of her, she has writing. This is on the back of her, so we can read this. This is said, right? For the jackal. But watch this. We can read this. This is whore, right? Now, the more interesting thing about this being whore is that look over here, right? Look over here. This is another first form of determinatives and hierarch. Actually, it's a complement because this piece right here is the front of the falcon. You see this? This is the falcon with the beak, right? and this right here is the mouth. So
Falcon
there,
with the beak to the right.
yeah, you don't see it right here?
It's
This
hard
right
for
here.
me to see, but I'm looking. Okay.
You don't see this?
No, yeah, I see now. I see the bird that you said, but to the right, I can't make.
Right. This is, you see this little head right here? This is the falcon head.
Interesting.
And this right here is his mouth. So this is saying whore. This is like a phonetic complement. But nevertheless, this is writing when writing is not supposed to be there. And if you look at the front of her, and I'm gonna get to, I'm looking for the part that if you look at the front of her, you see this pool, this vagina right here. This
Yeah.
is a cliff for pool.
Hmm.
What's this meta nature for pool?
You just said it.
I know. There it goes right there.
Oh,
So
yeah.
so they are writing, I know that. I just was trying to fool you. But they put the vagina as a pool. So this is writing when writing is not supposed to actually occur. And so this is what I was talking about here when we looked at that piece that I talked about was
Oh,
whore.
okay, I can see it now. Yeah.
You see this right here is this piece, and this right here is the mouth, and that's whore. So they're writing at a time when they're not supposed to be writing, right?
Gotcha.
What year we talking about?
We're talking 3600 BC,
Mm.
right? So that's in the Med. But I want the more important thing is I'm trying to get to where we actually see this thing that Smash was telling you about, which was the kings, the early kings.
Oh shit.
So I'm getting to the early kings, and I'm gonna show you where it was listed at, and it's gonna be beautiful. So these are
What's up,
Street
Rasan?
Sophie's
Peace to you. I see Rasan L say he at work listening.
Street Sophie.
I see we got the street Sophie. Dog. I need some music. When I'm gonna start getting some war drums when cats come in. What's up with Gozy?
I'll just
Yo,
listen, man.
and Gozy always coming up.
No, this is interesting. I'm just
Hey,
learning.
that page right there, Reggie. Hold
Man,
on,
he about to
page
chop you out, Reggie. He
Page
about to
42,
chop,
real
chop.
quick, go back. This is what I was talking about earlier. I wanted to point out to people how all of the wares we look at that got a shine on them, now that represents something. You could probably zoom, make it bigger so they can see. It really do represent something in the ceramic industry, just like if you want something polished or you just want to take it regular. Well, they got those in Nakata, but what she just pointed out is that's Nubian technology. That's
Yes.
the Nubian ceramic industry. And these old labelings trying to call these Nakata vessels has been reclassified by the new Nubianologists to say this is why they say we see cultural entanglement. Because if we
That's
look
correct.
at Nakata too, the white wares is Egyptian wares, but the red and black ones is Nubian wares. And then the ones to the right where they try to get fancy, but they still look not as expensive as the Nubian ones. Those are Egyptian as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
But I don't say that we don't find none with other motifs, because somebody probably came in with a pot from another area. But I just wanted to show how the only ones that
it's
shining.
entanglement.
Yeah, the only ones that had that shiny finish on them, I don't know if people could see that those black and red tops.
Yeah,
with
yeah,
them.
Yes,
yeah.
you can.
Yeah,
You can
those
see
is because of the Nubian had that ceramic industry down pat. Like imagine making something shine like polish in ancient times. How you do that?
Right.
you how do you do that, right? And then you get this color, the black top pottery, and then they have what they call blackware, right?
Mm.
What was Asar saying? My brother Asar was saying, what do you call it? White top pottery.
Oh, yeah, somebody said white, but yeah, that's good. Shout out to him. I make mistakes too.
So they stopped doing this. So they stopped doing that in Nakata 3. They didn't have no black top in Nakata 3.
That's interesting.
Right.
Why y'all think they stopped in Nakata 3? What happened?
He just said that though. I don't know, stuff like that. I'll be wondering, and so maybe I ain't found the archaeology, but I don't never think that. I think that multiculturalism thing don't really apply, and they do be making you stop some type of practices. Like, and we got hella evidence of that. So after a while, they could have been like, we don't do it like that no more. You know, the way that we squash out certain things that people previously did and then they don't do it no more. I don't think all the people got up and cut. I just think a new technology might have beat that out. But what would you propose?
I don't know, bro. It's complicated. I wanted to ask you something, Smash. I really do acknowledge how you and Brother Reggie, regardless of us seeing things that, a bit different, it don't matter what color to me they were. But I'm saying I really appreciate you guys when it comes to doing your investigation on like with the Lion King stuff. Like you really snap with that and have Brother Reggie go back to the showing the signs in the Sahara. That's really important. I mean, you guys got y'all own Egyptology thing going. You know what I'm saying? I know y'all say nubiology, but this is actually good for the people to see, people that's interested in Egypt. You guys take it all the way back. So I definitely give y'all credit for that. That's interesting. But I want to ask you
Appreciate that.
something.
Appreciate that.
When you look at that figure, and I'm just asking you to try to get a clear understanding. I find it funny that after the second half of the Nakata period and after this third half of the Nakata period, that figure, that guy that's in between those two lions, and it's a statue of him in Mesopotamia. Even though you already broke down how the material they use was from that region, and I look at it like they was telling a story. Even with the Hunter's palette, like you said, those are two clans or two Horus clans fighting each other. But then it's like the people are trying to tell a story of an event going on. But when Narmer unified the land, that type of art stopped when it became the direct dynastic period. It seemed like they was in confrontation with somebody when Narmer unified the land. You don't see that figure no more. You don't see those separate pod figures no more. None of that. What do you think
Let
is
me
going
ask
on?
you that's a good point you pointed out because I don't even know of. You could correct me, Reggie. How many pallets go into the Old Kingdom period? Did they stop doing pallets too? You feel me? Like, why are there no pallets for more recent times? And that's good. What you the question you raised, Gozy. I'm just adding on to that. If you could give us some on that, Reggie, what you think?
Well, I'm gonna catch up, but I do want to show the two falcons, and I want to see this particular piece right here, right? This particular piece right here, which is the feminine T. So there's whore, and then the funny thing with this thing is that the artwork here is totally different when it comes to here, and so I guess that is whore and whorette, right? That's
How
what
you
I
see
get.
that? I don't
Huh?
see that.
Well, he's
I don't see
saying,
that.
look, I mean, that's his. He's seeing that with his vision, but to make that definitively, you probably. I mean, I ain't saying you gotta look at the original, but if you look at the original and seeing that what you think is a feminine T is a defect in the a little
Yeah,
chip
you
In
would.
the
that broke
graph?
off. It could be a chip
Yeah,
Okay.
that
you would
broke off.
think.
Yeah.
I would think that, right? But then I'm also okay. We can pass this. But what the problem is that these two birds are not the same size. Okay, that could be a
Mm-hmm.
tribal issue. One is higher than the other. One is lower, right? And then it's the
Mm-hmm.
issue of okay, is it the double falcon or is one of them feminized? If it was feminized, I know in the Nakata vases, the feminine T is the half leaf, right? And I'm saying that it's
Real quick,
possible.
I'm making you the host for a second, Reggie. I gotta run in the room. I'll be right back.
Okay, so it's just trying to look at. I tried to look at the different plurals, right? And so
Mm-hmm. Right.
I come back to another figure of the two Horus birds, right? Right here. And so then I'm looking at the same thing, one taller, one smaller, one male, one female. And then I start looking at a lot of plurality. I got the same problem as Smash, plurality, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then I also know that it's just plurality, but I also know that these are two this is actually a word, a number, right? Two, sin, right? Um um and so trying to make sense of things that people have not looked at in a while, right?
Mm.
Okay, so let me
Okay.
give you this. Who reads Meta Nature right here?
Don't Street Sophie, you read it?
Nah, I don't read Metal Netia. I,
Okay.
I
Oh,
I know that that's pre-dynastic. Isn't that like Nakata or Badarian figures?
Yeah,
Nakata.
no, it's not Badarian. It's Nakata two, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
Nakata two. So if I can look at this as a picture, right? But what
Mm-hmm.
if I try to read it,
Mm.
right? What if I actually try to actually read this? So I can go through this different ways. I can start right here. And then I can start right here and it says, I know this is a plural, so this is we, right? And this is and this is a T, but and this is these four ends is really two. It's overlaid. You see the body parts are overlaid. So this is Ninuit. If I wanted to read it, if I thought that I can actually read it, I would read this as Ninuit, right? This
What it mean? What that mean?
that means Ninuit means inert. That means like the cave of swimmers, like when you pass away.
Mm.
So here I was looking at these and I was trying, and I noticed that this feminizes the vase, and this is a male vase. And so I detected that this is actually the feminine T, right? And I'm going to show you some more examples of the feminine T. So they're writing, so over here, like I said, this is the inert ones, right? In religious
Yeah.
drama, right? The deceased ones, the spirits, right? So and so here's the meta nature of it, right? The meta nature of the same vase,
But it
Ninuit.
going the opposite way though.
No, it's not. It's going the same way. N, right? EU or we and T.
Mm.
So if I look out the spelling of it, it's still, I'm just reading like, okay, with meta nature, you normally start reading when you see a living character. So you
Right.
read into them. So this is Ninuit. This is the male version. With a T, it's the female version. I talk about that, but where I wanted to show was um, the whole thing with the elephant stuff. So I'm going to try to get to that. So so I think this concept comes from the cave of the swimmers. These are the inert ones. They called them the inert ones. And then I look for the meta-nature word for it, and I say, wow, the meta-nature has actually words for it. I hope I'm not boring anybody.
No, you good.
Okay. So the question is, I mean, one of the questions is, can we actually begin to, where did I go? Yeah. Can we actually read Nakata vases, right? Here's a meta nature of what we were talking about.
Primitive.
The what do you call it? The inert ones, the Ninui, right? Here they are in later meta nature. So meta nature didn't forget that, and that was the cave of swimmers. So meta nature did not forget. I mean, ancient Egyptians did not forget. So then we have a vase like this, and most people think this is painting, but this is the netter neat, right? The
Mm.
netter neat, and this I told you was feminized. So this is a T. So almost all of these objects right here
Mm.
are feminized. Neat. There's some agreement that she's a female. This is a temple. And then it's the Norsut. Remember, Norsut has a T? This is actually spelling out Norsut. So we think that this is, what do you call it, pictures, but actually it's writing before writing is actually supposed to
So
occur.
you got any scholar who go attempt to break that down like that? Or is we in the uncharted waters?
No, we are not, because Gunter Dwyer tried with the labels, right? So what I did was I went and took things from iconography that we knew, from Hierocompolis, from Nakata, right? And then what I did was then I said, okay, can we read what this is? So this is the sweat plant, right?
Hold on.
I messed this
What?
up.
Yeah,
This
I
is,
was about to tell you to correct that, or I was gonna ask you why does it say rah rah? You could just fix it now, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
I can fix it. This is this possibly I say that this in the early part it's noon, right? But it could be it's certainly is moved, right?
Should that first N be capital?
For noon,
Yeah.
for inning, not necessarily, not necessarily. But if anybody knows Reggie's writing, Reggie, Reggie has a problem making things important when it's not important. So all of these things that we see right here, shoe, right, bot, right,
Mm-hmm.
to smite. What I did is I categorized all of them neath, right? This is sinetta, right? This is shoe. This is bot.
Hold up. Sonetta. Break that down.
Yeah, this is the soglyph. This is the soglyph, and this is netter. And
So in your work, you got correspondence to this? Like, I
uh,
mean, I'm saying, like, do you show the more recent sonoglyph? I'm not trying to give you more work to do, but
yeah, no, I just need to know what you mean. What do you mean?
you showing us the archaic sonoglyph and the archaic seti bow right there, right? And so let's say, do you have the modern?
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
I get this. Yeah, so this is how I built it because I built it from looking at the modern, right? And then looking at what I find is dynastic, pre-dynastic glyphs. And then what I'm basically saying, okay, wait, I can read this. So I'm gonna give you something to read that you should be able to read, right? If you step back, you want to go to the museum with me? I'll teach you how to real step real back.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go. So here are the real uh, vases where you actually get the things from. Where is this piece? I want. It didn't show up. It is. So, so Smash, I'll give you a better one. Okay, yeah. So, we can read this. We can read this. So, Smash, read this.
I need you to read it for me.
No, you can't. No, you don't.
I mean, looking at that, I'm like, huh? So, I mean, you say, I mean, I could get something out of that, but I don't want to even really
Okay,
butcher it
I'll
all
start
up. I
reading.
don't want to
I'll
butcher
start.
it all up. Yeah.
Okay, no, it's neath,
So explain where you got needs.
right? So neath is the crossbows, and then it's the T, and it's on top of a Hawat. So it's Hawat neath, right?
So what's going on with the T being on top?
Because this is the first time you see their writing, so you use it's feminized,
I see.
right?
They just trying to add it somewhere. Yeah.
Right. So this is NT neat, and this is Hawat, right? Feminized, and this is Nosut. See this right here? This is Nosut. Let's do another one. So this is where I see I say this is Nosut. This is Hawat, right? This is what we see in pre-dynastic. This
So
is
what about Nasut? Don't it look kind of like the image of the seal of the king?
this. What do you mean? This Nosut. This is
You know how well it don't on the thing. So I'll let you keep continue.
but what I'm yeah. So it's the seal of it's the seal of the king. But remember, this is in pre-dynastic. This is kind of like fluid, meaning that this is writing when not really writing is not. They're formulating their standards. They didn't get to their standards yet, right? They didn't standardize this right here. So this is Netter Ha, right? On his Hawat, right? So so we can read this as Netter Ha, right? And we know, okay. So if we go to the coffin text, we see Ha, and this is Ha in the coffin text, right? And this is Netter, the two wings, and this is Hawat, So we know Hawat Per, right, or temple funerary in modern Egyptians, and this is the Nosut above that, right? So then I'll give you another nice one that you can read. You should be able to read. Okay, yeah. So well, this symbol right here is the storm god version of Set, and so it's Hawat Netter Set, right? And then there's the Nosut, right? I'm trying to find a nice one that you can read. Okay, so here we go, where we actually start looking at things from Hieroglyphs. These are symbols, and people think that they're pictures. I'm thinking that this is him Netcher, right? And later it becomes this. This is the old elder Shimshu, which is this glyphs right here. This man right here is this man right here, right? How you like that? This is this right here is the is Wisser.
Well, somebody might say might argue that the one that you said is the man on Shimsu Elder looks like it could be a bovine or something.
Him?
A what?
I mean,
A bovine?
not
No.
right there, but look to the left. That's
Look
clearly a man to us to the left.
What, this man right here?
Yeah.
Oh, he's in Hieroglyphs.
Oh, so they
Michael who?
Wizard.
other sources confirmed that was supposed to be a man.
Yeah, that's in. I'll show it to you. I think I can show it to you.
Now you don't. I take your word.
So
I'm trying to defend against the contentions that you might find.
Okay, well, okay. So I'm looking at Predynastic. This is a man with a shield. In later periods, he's aha, right? That means fighting, right? Okay, this is what I want to show you. So this is actually a vase, believe it or not. And here goes Yebu, right? Here goes Yebu. There's the giraffe. There's this barbird, right? There's this there's one of them is the oryx. There's the lion, right? And then there's the leopard, right? This is actually
That's a hyena, isn't it?
Huh? Say what?
That's not a hyena.
It might be.
Where? Yeah.
I got spots too, basically.
Yeah, but this is actually a vase, and this vase right here is it. This is actually a vase, and this is these are the cult animals that Smash was showing. Remember when we saw the vase with the giraffe, right? With the two dogs. I think the two dogs palette and the giraffe. Well, here they are taking their sacred animals, and then we see it. There's my man, the lion, right? Then there's the leopard, and then there's the dog. And so they're doing
I think that leopard is a hyena.
Okay. The hyena is still kind of a dog, right?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Right?
Hey, but Reggie. Oh yeah, go ahead. Keep doing what you're doing.
Okay, so here we go here, Smash. So let's read this, Smash.
I remember that first
I want to stay in the learning capacity because this is your work, and I don't want to read it in the way.
No, it's easy. It's easy.
That butcher your work. So show me.
No. You ain't got to butcher. You ain't got to butcher.
I think Smash trying to be nice to you.
No, Smash. No, watch what I do.
I don't think Smash see what you see, Reg.
Huh? Say what?
I don't think Brother Smash see what you seen. You got work.
Okay, so let's read this. Okay.
You
so
wish
this
you
figure
never
right
had
here,
said no shit.
This
like
is a vignette. Would you call it vignette? So
Yeah.
vases are vignette before they're writing. Okay. So we know that this is Netter right here.
You
with
wish
the
you
two
never
flags.
had said
Agree
no
or
shit
disagree?
like that.
The early form of Netter.
Agree.
Okay.
How do you
Smash, you agree?
Hold on, I just want to know how a person just say agree like that. I want to know on what grounds. On what grounds?
Okay. So okay. I have to get back to my chart, but let me just. I'm saying that this is the Netter, right? How I know this And this thing over here is Sa. So this is Sa Netta. What does Sa Netta mean?
A duck. Isn't that you say that's a
Yeah,
duck?
it's a duck. It's a pintail
Okay.
duck.
Son
So
of the Nether.
why this is not a Horus? This is not Horus,
Yeah,
right?
it don't look like it. Yeah.
Okay. So what is Sa Netta?
Son of the Nether.
Son of the Netter, right? Okay, just keep that in mind. What happened?
It's coming back. It ain't responding right now.
All right. So Sa Netta is son of a Netter, right? Okay.
Yeah.
This figure right here, who's this figure right here?
Somebody with a fro.
Facts.
Right. This is Bot.
And some
That's
hips.
Angela Davis.
A fro and some hips. All I see.
She got some hips on her, boy. Look at that hip.
Badu. All I
Okay, so
know.
let's look at this vignette. Look at this vignette, right?
But look though, if you really want to see, like I can't say I see a trinity. I can say simple things. Like I can't really just read it like that, but I do see.
Yeah, you can.
I mean,
You
let's
can.
let you do that. This is your field.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is Nosut. This is the king. And this
king?
man right here with the wide staff.
Mm.
This is the king. And the scrawny little you know how ancient Egyptians, I'm not ancient Egyptians, Nubians were, right? They were tall, most of them were tall, they were thin, right? But he has a wide staff. So this is Nosut, and this is the king.
Mm.
This is the
Wake
Bot.
up! Wake
She's
up!
taller and bigger. She's a goddess.
She got some hips.
Yes, she does. And she got some nails. You see her nails? And he's giving the scrawny king, he's giving the scrawny king her daughter. So she's grabbing the man's arm and she's saying, here, this is my daughter, right? She's gifting the king her daughter. And this man right here is this man right here, right? In another part of the vignette, and he is the king, and he's son of the Netter.
She's gifting the king her daughter.
Yes.
Is he reaching Smash?
You wish you never had said no shit.
No, you don't seem convinced,
got the
Smash.
Negro
What's
by
going
the
on?
hand, and she's got the Negro by the hand and pulling him and giving her an image of herself. She's the goddess, right? So basically he's giving her.
She's the goddess. I see that down. I hear that. And
yeah, she's the goddess. She's bigger than both of them. Look at the little tips. Now here go the little man. You see his little penis shift thing right here.
Right.
What does he have in his hand?
Never had said no shit like that.
Here he has a wide staff, right? What does he have in his hand over here?
The fly swatter joint.
Exactly, the crook and the flail. The crook and the frail. In the Kata period, these are symbols of kingship. And they're on a Hawat. They're on a temple, right? And this is the barge that will become the solar barge.
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
You know, either I'm going crazy, I'm doing okay, so then what I do now is I go and I find the Meta Necha. And in Nosut, a Wat, right? Right? Bot on Hawat, and then there's a fly with the neck a Sinetta, right? So that's and then is the thing that was above it was noon, right? So I looked at that as pictorial writing, and so this is where this is Nunu, the primeval waters. This is Nosut. We know that this is the Was, the Heck. Sorry, the Heck. Here it goes right here. This is the Heck, right? And and this is the neck right here, the fly wisp. And this female right here was Bot, right? And we know her Meta Necha name is spelled like this. And over here, I looked at this one right here, and this is the glyph of Hemet, wife.
Okay. Now,
right? Yes.
Right. The same glyph you had right there in 93?
Black people
yes.
are very
weak. Once you finish your whatchamacallit, I'm not saying whatever, right? If you go to what I say, I put it in the back chat. It
I
kind of
didn't.
resembled that figure, but it looked like a white woman though.
Oh, a white woman. There's no white woman at this time period.
I know, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying,
He's talking about them Badarian statues.
Okay. Well, that's fine, but
yeah.
that's African. That's right from another period. Badarian is from an earlier period.
Nah, is the Predarian the same as the pre-dynastic Nakata 1 and 2? Is
No,
that
it's before that. Badarian period.
okay? So this
In another,
figurine is in the pre-dynastic Nakata 1, the
yeah.
one, what's the name was shown. I'm just saying, I'm just trying to get
No, it's cool
it's
because see, I don't. In that case, I'm trying to the figure of Hemet, this figure of Hemet. What I'm trying to what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to read the writing, right?
okay, right.
For this figure. Okay, so let's go back over here. So I understand what you're saying. But this woman right here, this I'm saying that this would be the figure of a wife of a
Okay.
Hemet. This is the king. This is Hemet, right? This is Bat, the goddess. This is the king with the Hek, the ruler staff. This is the king with the neck, right? And I'm showing symbols that we can relate to these different periods from a number of different periods.
So
So
Reggie, let me ask you, well you already said like a proto bot. You see a proto bot
yes,
in the Green Sahara. Um
in the Green Sahara, yes, I see the horned woman. Yes.
so do you think Bot was like the central deity for the pre-dynastic period?
Yeah. Yes, I think that Bot is the yes, Bottis is the first goddess. Um, Bot as the horned horned bird woman. Yes. And I also think that Bot um it retains itself in another culture, and Bot becomes Ifrit, the goddess of the cave. The horned woman is the goddess of the cave, and her name is Ifrit, and that is where the word Africa comes from, the goddess
That's
of the cave.
interesting. I
So
got an article on something that's close to this that I think you will really like. It's my own work though, you know what I'm saying, that I'm
send it to
putting
me
through the
on
process.
rapmarketing.com unless you want to publish it, right? Unless you want to publish it. So what do I got for Scorpion? So here we go, right? So we've seen this. Smash just showed this, right? He actually just showed this image right here of the scorpion. You see it right here?
Mm-hmm.
So here's Serket. Later in ancient Egyptian it would be Serket. Here is this woman right here, and this woman is with this dog, right? Okay. Here we have two Ba'u, right? And we have them sitting on the back of a cattle, right? Which we
Mm-hmm.
can say Ka, right? So then we have over here, this is the kind of animal trap, right? So we have Horus with the king, with a king is figure with the what staff is this? Head staff, and then we have this Horus right here. So we have two different Horuses, and we have Ba'u, and we know Ba'u is actually the double Ba, right? Or Bawi, Bawi. And then over here we have the Abydos UJ scorpion, right? So this is the scorpions, which will become Serket in ancient Egyptian, later in ancient Egyptian. I don't know. So so I go on. So what I've done is I've actually said that these are vignettes pictorial writings. Okay, so you have the scorpion mace heads, and I said this is for Keats, right? I think that this right here is Men, the god Men, right? The circumcised penis, right? This is
You wish you never had said no shit like
the
that.
dog. And this is Ha. This is Ha. We talked about Ha before, the god Ha. The god Ha is a very old god, right? We talked about that. And so that's some of those type of things of reading Raphael. So then what I do is I go and I say this is the standard siret. So these are the standard bearers. The king has the white crown. We know what that's hedge, right? Hedge, and it's also headed, right? Over here, what did I say with Deseret? Oh, he's got the right here, he's got the red crown, right? I think that we all know the meta nature for that, right? So this kind of iconography and pictorial writing, actually, this is the poor standard, right? So when we look at that piece right there that we looked at here, then I'm saying, okay, these are actually words. Maybe they're not writing yet, but they definitely have words that we can actually see in the meta nature. So we know that this is the standard bearer. We know that this is the white crown. We know that this is myrrh. We know it's a volcan. We know this is cirquet, right? We know that this is cirquet, right? There's something that Smash actually helped me with, which was enormous. So over here we see that one of the Nirma palettes. We know some things about this. The king is doing the hep set, the fitness test. He's running, right? Over here, these are numbers of bulls, numbers of goats, and this is in the millions, right? So we see this type of iconography later. What else is going on here? This is, like I said before, Chet, and this is that standard bearer with this figure right here, right? Maybe I was wrong with her, but this standard bearer's name is this and this, but we know her name is this and a half circle T. And over here, this is the king with the red crown, and this is his wife. And what they're trying to say is the wife is pregnant. So there's a bull.
What attestation is this?
This is the Nirma palette.
Norman palette.
Yeah, there's the Nirma, there's a Nirma palette, and then this is the Nirma mace.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
This is the Nirma mace. Sorry about that. This is the Nirma mace that becomes the Nirma palette, right? Because all of this on a Nirma mace head, all of these things exist. This is the Nirma mace head, and the Nirma mace head and the Nirma palette is very similar, because all of this stuff on the mace head still exists. The two falcons, the placenta, right? This dog and his shed, right? So we find this on the mace head. And then you see the king doing his fitness test. This image right here is the wife, but she is really a calf with, she's a cow with her calf. And she's in some type of a charrette. So she's royal. This is what, Neckbet, right? On top of the on top of the vulture, on top of the king. What else we got here? So we know that right now this is counting. This is counting the amount of cattle, counting the amount of I don't know, goats or something like that. And we know this symbol right here is hay in the millions, right? And I think that someone's actually translated this, right? Some expert, as they say, has translated this. And so we'll see, hopefully we'll see what their translation is. So the thing about it is we could, Okay. This is King Den. So when I did that, when we looked at King Den, here's that king again. Here's Den. He's doing the fitness test again. He's running. He's
Now I
running
can
this.
read this.
Huh?
I can start to read this because the language
course.
developed. Yeah, it gets easier. But I ain't trying. But you see,
Right, but it's preserving
Yeah,
some.
exactly.
But the reason why I put it here is because it's preserving some of the iconography from what I just showed in the earlier period, right? With the mace head. So here's the
So
king.
where's the double bird at?
It's not on the double bird. Is not on this particular glyph. I mean, on this particular thing because they're not talking about that.
Oh, okay.
But there are things that we recognize. This is
Yeah, the running man. I see the running guy. Yeah.
yeah, and we know he's doing the hep set. This is the king with the white and red crown. We see this is whore. Who can read this? Smash can read this.
Something about a
That's the
surrender.
open mouth right there.
But I don't know what the top symbol is. I'm like, well, sleepy. I got like 3 more minutes. But anyway, go ahead.
That's whore din. This is whore din.
Okay, I see whore. And I don't see the den. That's a hand? Okay, that's a hand. Uh-huh.
So this is hard to. So when we start looking at the period later, then we can pull out. This is the any come forth type thing right here. This is the myrrh. This is the fort right here that we was examining. We know that it's hot, right?
Mm-hmm.
We know it's hot. So now they're beginning. But watch this. Writing doesn't really happen until per Ibsen, right? Everything else is basically kind of like words making synthesis. So I don't want to wear Smash Out. He's been here, but we can read this again.
Okay.
Or this is Din. This is the Shrek. This is that. Now they're drawing him a little bit better as kind of like input.
I see what you're talking about.
Right? Over here, this is a royal symbol right here. I forgot the name of it, but I got it listed. So here he's smiting. He's smiting, and then I guess we can read this. Simon, isn't it? Simon, right? We can read that. And so the thing about it is, if we know enough about the Medu Necha, so over here is like Kai or Ika, and this is the fish's in.
Got them, or you just use it for an N, yeah, for you. It could be an N and an M too, the fish, but I'm just.
Okay, so there you go. So hopefully at some point my so what I do is every image that I do. Oh, so this is what you helped me out with, and you forgot about this. So then after that we can I can cut this out. But Smash Rockwell, and I gave Smash Rockwell credit, right, for this. Is it the yes?
Yeah, that's Shamsu Hor. I'm with that.
Yeah, so there you go. So Smash helped me with this. This over here. This is the Shrek. We know this. This is Hor Shrek, right? Hor Shrek. This right here is the feminine T, and this is Hawat Hor,
Okay.
and it becomes Hawat Hor. Then over down here, we know that this is Horus, but it's plural, right? This is but this symbol right here, it becomes this symbol, the followers of Horus, and this is the Shimshu Hor, right? We know that this is the hedge crown, right? Who later would represent Osir, right? A title of a king. And over here, this is parts of the, So over here, this particular piece right here, you see it in a Ku-style incense burner, right? I don't know Ku-style incense burner. And what does this say, Smash?
I was even looking at the screen right here. I don't know what that say. I'm not even on it. I see a fish. I see that. I can't tell you when I read that. You teaching me this Old Kingdom reading, brother Reggie. Straight
Okay, so this is from the aquatic period, right? And so this is the netter from Nubia. So this is netter,
That's
right?
So that's the netter group at the back.
And
Okay.
yes, from their culture. But this is actually writing. This right here is of the fish, which makes the N sound, right? This is this becomes the table for men, for establish. This is men in that harpoon thing. And so this is men, men, and we know it's men because he has the 3 legs. He has the big penis and the 2 arms, right? And next to him is his animal counterpart, which is the antelope, right? Who the mating antelope, right? Who's always up on his hind legs with his penis. So this is the netter men. And in ancient Egypt, later, you see him as men.
Ooh,
right?
I'm learning why. I
So
could
this
have
is,
read the one in the middle. I always could read the ones in the middle. Remember that.
but this is the same thing. The one in the middle is the same thing as this. This is men.
But I mean, it's so hard to see. I'm not the only one who's saying. They ain't really. I know. I'm just saying it's not that easy for me to see that.
Well, who's this man with the 3 penis, with the penis and the big legs? Who could he be? Men.
With the three.
This is the man right here, right? This is men. This is his. He's a circumcised penis, right?
But how you know that just ain't another brother?
What?
How you know that just ain't another brother, man?
How you know it's another? What do you mean another brother?
Like you said, it's men for that one phenotypical reason that multiple brothers enjoy this endowment. So,
Yeah, well, yeah, but in this particular case, because it's how can I say, it's authoritative. We know what this is. We know that this is the God men. You already know this, right? This is God men. But over here, the question is, he's got the same iconography.
Well, all right. Well, let me see what I kind of see.
Yeah.
Now, I can see what you're saying, but I see a fish with something like indicative of maybe some scales coming out of it or whatever. I mean, bones or whatever, but I could be wrong. Look, now, I do see the man who could be men because of what you pointed out earlier. But it looked like I see some type of an animal after that. Obviously, you said going up into the sky, and it seemed to be bound to some type of a stick or staff.
Yeah.
And so it's just hard for me just only to see the God men right
Okay,
there. Like,
well,
where's the
like
fish
this.
come in?
Yeah. M and N, it makes the sound N. The fish, what's the
So
meta?
you're saying that's the top of the men glyph right there?
Yeah, this is men, and this is the phonetic complement. Men.
Well, what about when they say that the top of the men is actually the pieces on the sonnet board?
It is.
So that's the pieces on the sonnet board going into
Before
that
they made the stupid board. This is earlier. This is Cousteau.
What the hell is this? Oh, some shit just popped on the screen. Looked like a scam trying to get me for some. Never mind. Keep going.
No, this is before the board was made in Dynastic. This would morph into the men board.
Oh, okay, cool.
So this is men, and this is his determinative. A man, right, standing right, with his hands up in the air, like over here, right? And this is his anthropomorphic position, and this is the netter glyph, netter men. So you can, and so here is so here I need to make an adjustment with this over here. Okay, I need to add the plural kau nuet, right? And so over here I have the nuet and ka. I just need to add the a from which is ka city, right? So I can maybe I can add this right here, kau net, right? These are the 2 falcons, right? With the myrrh, right? And so one of them is Myrrh Netahor and Horeb, right? Or the city of two falcons, right? Make an adjustment with that. This is the Biddy. So Biddy is in that glyph, and here we have the B. We have the B from one of the other iconographies that I showed. So here we have Karnak. This is the strong bull, right? This is Karnak. We have death, which is Met. I don't think that we can fight. You could fight me on Met. This is in the Kusal incense burner. This is Ta Seti, the land of the bows. The dog in K9 is Iu, right? Or Set, and it becomes Wawet. All right. So I think that's
okay.
I think
good presentation, Reg. Yep.
Yeah, I think the issue is Meta Nature doesn't pop up out of the sky. Meta Nature doesn't pop up out of the sky. It comes from a very aggressive process of Africans trying to express themselves, and we think we're looking at pictures, but we're looking at writing.
Okay. Now, Reggie, it was you done with your presentation?
Yeah.
I know Smash got to go to bed, but
no, I'm sitting here.
Okay.
I was falling asleep for a minute, but I ain't right now.
All right. So tackle what I brought up. It's in the community. It's in the back chat. Can you
so let me go
tackle that? Because it's in the community. Just tackle that for me.
Okay, so let me.
It's in the Nakata area, same period, so it fit perfectly.
Hold on. My bad, y'all. What you say?
Can I put up can I share a link real quick? I just want to make a quick.
No. After he do it, then he can do.
Because I feel like that's gonna be like a.
This is from Zoo. Where? Which one is it? From Zoo?
It's the top one. It's the first one.
Okay, so figurine of bone and ivory, fine, Predynastic. So thank you, Nakata one. So let me just see if I can pull this up. Sorry, it's just not coming up. So that's fine. So great, I love that. That's my area, and just don't say it's no white woman. I ain't buying that.
No, that's his source, and Rob Bourne said he read about it. So you know Rob Bourne like reading. So I'm like, yo, let me ask Reggie and Smash on their point of view on it.
Okay, so give me a second. I'm waiting for my computer to kind of let me pull it up. So I'm excited. You can't put it in. You can only put it in the chat, right? So give me a second while my computer unfreezes. My computer.
Reggie, would I be wrong to say that the Badarian culture was semi-replaced by the culture from the South?
No, you would be absolutely right, and that's what I've always shown from the aggressive groups from Nakata that went up and started negotiating for their lives. Those previous cultures. So they got absorbed. So these cultures are being absorbed into what would become the unified ancient Egypt.
You want to know what's funny about what you just said about negotiating for their lives?
Yes.
The ancient Egyptians actually had a term for that, and it's so funny. It's a long word, and the term is shalom. It means to sue for peace. So imagine what a suit for peace is. It's like, man, storm me out, man. But yeah, keep going. I'm just learning.
No, that's you said shalom or sharma.
Sharma. But what they heard was shalom, and what they wrote was sharma. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't an indigenous word. Yeah.
Like save your life, and it becomes an Islam. It becomes an Islam. Aslam Teslam.
Aslam Teslam. Tell him.
I said what?
No, I said tell him, Red.
Surrender and be saved.
Teslam.
Yeah. So I'm still waiting for my computer.
Smash, can you pull that up?
Oh, what is it I'm supposed to be pulling up? All right, let me see.
In the back chat, the first one, and what it said, Nakata 1.
Yeah, Rabon, my man, he just get a little excited and stuff, you know.
Yeah, but that's why I asked that question, because I know, like, I feel like Garfield definitely knows that. You know what I'm saying? So when he
somebody's trying
pulls
to
up,
stand behind this. Oh my gosh.
Well, show it to the public. Let the public see. Yes. So who are these people though?
Yeah. So, but that these.
But yeah, it's kind of, you got smaller and down, Smash, so people can see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you know that short sister up front to the right. Y'all want to start with her?
Yeah, she's the small sister.
What would her ancient Egyptian name be? I'll break the legs of anybody.
She's a ding.
But I'm the wrong one to run up with this nonsense.
Yeah, she's a ding.
Yeah, she's a ding. He's breaking it down. Go on and break that down, Reggie.
Yeah, she's a twa, a ding.
A ding.
Okay, she's a twat.
She's a woman of short stature by the ancient Egyptian terminology, ding.
Yeah.
Okay. So who the white woman with the glasses
Ain't
on?
nobody white. I wouldn't say, but I think they was carved out of some material that was white. Now here's the deal: when we see the black or the pigment on the ancient Egyptians, they paint that.
Yeah.
They go through the extent to make sure they look brown. But if the material that they use was just that color of a material, then it could be indicative. And sometimes white people used alabaster. But this just looks like a hint of wood that we're getting that is light, and so.
They did paint her bush or whatever that shit is. They paint that.
But what I want to know is
they didn't paint that. They drilled holes.
I don't know. But what looks even crazier?
Oh, that's holes. Oh, that's holes.
Yeah, they did. This is ivory, so they made indentations.
Oh, okay. So that's hole. Okay, I thought they. Okay.
Oh, so here's the question: where she get them shades?
I'm just playing. I know
she for sure got on some shades, bro. Ain't no eyes doing nothing like that.
She's dolched out right now.
Oh, you feel me?
So these are inlaid eyes.
Okay.
These would be later inlaid eyes that you would see on mummification. They're just trying to make it look realistic. So they have a right to experiment. So these are inlaid eyes.
But who gonna capture the motif that checkmate everybody? Because I'm the king of Africa at this point. Y'all letting the sneak past y'all? Come on, man.
What's that?
I'm just gonna let y'all keep looking and keep noticing till somebody notices it.
The navel.
Keep going.
Wait, my computer froze. But the navel.
Well, let me warm they weird real quick. Hold on, let's go to Rap God, WordPress, and let me take y'all back in history. Y'all can see the screen, right?
Yeah.
To a letter I wrote the RSUPK. Right? And then we're gonna look at this. Check this out. This how you want they wig.
El Shaddai.
Part they perm real quick. Let me see. Uh-oh. Y'all didn't notice?
What's that?
Holding up the breast is a motif from ancient times since 33,000 BC found in Africa when you make iconography of women holding up their breasts. Before I beat the brakes off y'all, look. See, y'all didn't want to see that. Y'all thought their arms were just crossed. Or they holding their stomach.
Oh, they're holding their breast.
Yeah, they holding that. And I'm going to prove it right here easily because they're one of the first ones we found of this motif. When first these women were more fertile, indicative of the, African woman with this fertility. And now, but let's keep going. As we look through time, we find a common motif with this until we're going to get up to that time period about the 3300s. Earlier on, as we can see here, it was just about making the image of the woman with the heavy breasts. And there we go with a source on that where they're calling them Venus figurines. All right, and that's at 25,000. I ain't gonna do them all, but look, 23,000 the heavy breasts. Let's zoom in to when they start all the way holding the breast every time. So let's go down. Here we go, it's starting. Now Nana at 6,000 BC. See, we should understand these arm gestures when we see them in certain type of iconography. They're not always gonna be carved up like she holding them. Well, let's look how they keep on doing that. See, look, this is 1,000 years later from this point in time. Then they want to get to tell you something might be Mesopotamian. But look, we got to look. This culture was actually spread all over the world where we find iconography of women. Again, here's another one. If I could click into this so we can see it bigger. Everyone will see is no exaggeration that the artist drew that. The person who made this carved that out like that for a reason. Chicks wasn't walking around doing that. And so, you know what I'm saying? So let's keep it in mind and let's see how it starts to develop. Now they holding them the way she holding them. See? If people could just see. So now we starting to be able to see, yeah, this is a common motif that we see that predates Mesopotamia by about 25,000 years in Africa. You don't want to run up. You would get sat down quick.
You don't want to run up or smash with this.
Yeah, it's going to look nasty. This all you got? Come on, I'm going to show you things about that you didn't know. And as a matter of fact, let's look at the head of this woman, right? And then we're going to come to one. Let's look at her particular braiding style, right? And let's just trip off this. First of all, I want us to see right now, she's not curving her hands up around the breast. She's simply holding them straight, just like she holding them. But you can't develop a pattern with one instance. You got to show it at least 3 times. Have I showed it more than 3 times? Now they in Judah. In Judah from 1,000 to 700 BCE, still holding up. And in the instance, they still got the connotation of the heavy breast. And so now we see in Turkey, we don't see her holding now up, but we see the woman figure, the viscous woman with the heavy breast. But let's keep on going because we got the Afghanistan goddess Nana. Now she ain't doing that, but this is when they give her the name Nana. But what's gonna think on everybody? Hold up, let's go back. This is the Venus of Brassendorf. Remember her head and her hair? And they like, oh, that look all. See, can't this be compared to voila? I mean, in an instance, I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying sometimes we may look at the ivory that they made it out of. This was made at a time period when there wasn't no white women on the earth. You feel me? So they wasn't trying, and they told us she's called the hooded Venus. But these is braids, and we can clearly see that. Exactly, but they don't want to get that up like that. But
watch this,
go right ahead.
So if this can go out of Africa to places like Turkey and Iraq and Anatolia, so what they're trying to say to us is that this can't happen in Africa, so it can't go from, there's some invisible line that stops you from going to East Africa, Central Africa, West Africa.
Rez, that's what I was gonna point out. That hair motif, the pubic hairs, with these kinds of you can follow these later on in the Repit statues, RPYT. And that pubic hair motif you find in Senegal, and you find a lot, you find different variations through the Sahel. But I got a whole paper on that joint, and it shows that it is clustering with these other groups in
there's a relation.
But he also show a figurine comb with the face of a one of those guys from Sumerian looking. But it was in
so that ain't, I won't even deny it. I think it's the one with the dude with the hat on. Is it the dude with the hat on? Look like a mushroom hat.
I think it could be it, but it was on a it was on like a comb or something like that. They were talking about different combs and stuff.
So here's
and it was a face of the guy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now, there's a lot to be said about this. Because first of all, whoever made these pieces of art probably wasn't following no rules that we looking for right now. You know what I'm saying? if he chose to try to make them look like some people that he actually seen before, then that was possibly his prerogative. But we wouldn't have nothing but, as you know, labels on how he wants us to look at this. This could be somebody expressing their imagination. Or it could be somebody saying, look, I seen a weird-ass family walking down the street and I need to immortalize them forever. A lot of that seems highly unlikely. If you're gonna go through the effort of doing this, you probably is representing maybe a family or some people that you really encounter or not. Y'all tell me, I'm just trying to look at the probable situations. But we should not confuse the unique, like Reggie was saying, the uniqueness of the artistic style and the artistic license that an artist might take with, I mean, for instance, if we did that, we look at all of those photos of Akhenaten and think he was walking around with big ass hips all the time. He probably was, but we can see it's consistent through how the artist then be drawing in his time period. He draw a lot of people with these abnormal body shapes. And so, but I wouldn't throw this away. I could say, just to end it real quick, I could say, so what? These 4 people walked in. What, they brought a gene pool with them? You feel me? Is this the DNA y'all talking about? Let's give these 4 people their props and say, hey, they looked and lived like this. Now compare it with the hundreds of thousands of images of black people that you see in the area and surround them with it. Surround these 4 images y'all got with all the icons I've showed you since Amenhotep's afro down to the royal scribe Kia, all of them representing themselves in the effigy of a unstandard black person. But Brother Reggie, I didn't mean to go for so long.
But see, Egypt saw a problem with all of this artistic, and so they began to standardize. So they just basically, now you're gonna write it like this. We don't want to see all this extra stuff. It's confusing. So there becomes some standardization, which is a very beautiful thing in Egyptian culture, where you don't have all of these guessworks. Ancient Egypt's just like, no.
Bro, I swear to God, Reggie, let me ask you. This is how they get away with stuff. They will find something in Egypt and say that the style looks Mesopotamian, but here's the catch. No one can show you its Mesopotamian counterpart.
Nope.
Exactly. Show me this. See, they're gonna go to something else that don't look like this, but the statues is tall. And they got hats on and they're gonna try to compare them.
They kill me with this, with the what's this thing that Shumarek or Shaparek or whatever, they're supposed to be the 10 Commandments, right? Man, that's a later. I mean, the problem is that they want so hard to find some roots in Sumerian and then Akkadian culture, right?
They always forget about that culture piece.
They try so hard, but you can't find these counterparts really inside Iraq, Iran, Sumer, right? You could find it in Egypt though, and then you could say, oh, it comes from some other place. But where's the counterpart? It's like writing, okay, with Gilgamesh, right? The Epic of Gilgamesh. When did they start writing that BS? In the Middle Kingdom? Not in the Old Kingdom.
And so they say this is made out of ivory, and then they inlaid the eyes with lapis lazuli. Lapis lazuli is a blue color. So they saying these people walk around and say we got ancient Egyptian white people with blue eyes. Like, that's lightweight crazy to me. And so here's what's hella funny. All you have to do is prove it, is go anywhere else in history. It's so easy. Google it. Statues all over the world made out of ivory and bone and with blue lapis lazuli eyes. And you could be able to find if these counterparts are in Mesopotamia or not.
And if they really worked hard, they could find out where the ivory comes from. If they really want to work hard, but they don't want to work hard. They want to do.
Hold on. Ivory? Am I tripping? Where does ivory come from?
Huh? Oh, ivory comes from.
Huh?
Africa.
Elephants.
Yeah, thank
Simple.
you. Who just said that, Zoo?
Yeah, yeah.
Ain't that a checkmate? Well, there
Yeah.
are Syrian elephants, so I don't want to be like
Yeah, but
the
where's the
elephant.
counterpart? That I don't care if they're Syrian elephants. I want the counterpart of the art,
Exactly.
right, in that area. I care less about that.
Oh, you saying the counterpart? Or you saying that you want to see more figurines, right?
Well, we saying if you saying that this is a Mesopotamian shaft, then show me even these in Mesopotamia. I know what you're gonna compare them to, and they're gonna compare them to some Anunnaki stuff. And when you have to put it on the screen, the people gonna be made to look stupid. Like you saying that's that, and we can all do it right now. Matter of fact, give me a moment and I'll.
They weren't even drawing. They was just doing their chicken scratch, the cuneiform, right? And we would need to call our brother Chuck Morgan, right? And ask him where's the counterparts.
Good question.
But the ivory, we could probably identify where this ivory came from. Right? So we got Black people who are Negro Westerners or Arab apologists, right? Or people who just don't want things to be in Africa. They make these crazy. So this argument that none of this type of artwork could go to the Nook civilization in West Africa is crazy when you give the license for it to go, so that there's some imaginary fluid connection between the Mesopotamian countries and Egypt with no evidence. What evidence do we have of any communication?
Bunch of inspiration.
Yeah, we have more evidence of people coming down the Blue Nile from Ethiopia, but you know Ethiopia is not sub-Saharan. Y'all know that, right? Yeah. They don't call Ethiopia, which is sub-Saharan, underneath Egypt, underneath Nubia. You know they don't call that sub-Saharan. You know that, right?
Really, Sudan is underneath Egypt.
Yeah.
And Ethiopia is below Sudan.
Right, but Ethiopia is North Africa.
You say Ethiopia is North Africa?
Yeah, you didn't know that? They call Ethiopia North Africa. They didn't call it sub-Saharan Africa.
Man, that's sub-Saharan right there.
I don't know, but I wouldn't argue. You know, like I would be. Wait, what y'all saying about what's sub-Saharan Africa?
Ethiopia is not sub-Saharan Africa.
So it depends on what y'all talking about. What time period? Obviously, right now it ain't. I mean, it shouldn't be considered that, but in the ancient place, they had Ethiopia in a different area. You know what I mean?
No.
Yeah, it was in Sudan, right?
Ethiopia today is North Africa.
Yeah, definitely.
How's it North Africa?
But it's below Nubia.
Yeah.
Well, that's because they don't do that. They do it more politically and less geographically. It's based on resources and stuff what they will include in North Africa.
That's why they try to call it the Horn.
But watch this. So then why don't they, when they want to say who the original ancient Egyptians, they go all the way to the north, right, to Cairo and Al-Malak or whatever that is, right? They get some DNA, and then they say, oh, it don't have no sub-Saharan. So they leave out hold up. So it doesn't have South Egyptian, you know? They don't even look there. It doesn't have Ethiopia. Y'all, I hope y'all know that Ethiopia, Blue Nile, Africans came from there and they were part of Nakata. You know that, Smash?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe y'all, maybe not. It's late at night. I'm sorry. For me, it's 3.
Oh, no, I was just reading. Go ahead. Keep reading.
For me, it's 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah, they on Reggie, you heard of Piers Morgan, right?
Keep talking.
Yeah, he had two people. They were described. I mean, they were talking about Cleopatra, right? The movie, and he had a representative from Egypt, and he looked Arab mixed with Egyptian, you know, whatever. And you had a black American and the Arab, he's a comedian too in Egypt. He was like, he's sick of black people talking to black American talking about they were Egyptians and excluding the people who already up there, who already in Egypt. He said you should be proud of West Africa. Y'all had kingdom, this and that and that. So he was saying Cleopatra.
That's another stupid. I hate people keep saying that. Like just because you proud of Egypt don't mean you proud of West Africa. But keep going.
Yeah, he
I think
said
they really
Egypt.
trolling. I think they really trolling. They know they can make a bag on the internet, bro.
Now I don't know, but the guy, the Egyptian, saying that he's like, why a black person got to play Cleopatra. Cleopatra, he said a fact. Cleopatra was a Macedonian, but my thing was
a Macedonian ain't a race. See, they beating, they coming fake with that. Macedonian ain't an ethnicity. That means you live in the area.
Right,
Exactly.
but
Right.
we all know we all know that dirty hoe was not no African, man. She was
Well-
fucking everybody. But
Oh, that may be true. That may be true.
Well, we got
That may-
promiscuous people to this day.
right there, I'm not gonna hold that against
no,
you.
man, but what was so great about it? She wasn't nobody special, man.
No, but you know what? Okay, so her children.
What about her?
Okay, one of her daughters, Serene, married the king of Numidia, right?
Okay.
And you see her with the elephant tusk mask on, and she had 2 children, right, with the king of Numidia, and
Where no media at?
huh?
Where is that at?
You don't know where Numidia is?
It's like North Africa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Numidia is. Do you know that there's Cleopatra's daughter Serene? You know she was buried in a pyramid.
No, I did not know that.
Okay. Let me show you. Let me show this.
Where's the Zoom at? Let me put the Zoom back on the screen. Oh, I'm still sharing. That's why. Excuse me.
Okay, so let me just see. Okay, there is a form of pyramids in North Africa called, I don't use this word much because there's not, people be watching our channels and they come up with content. They come up with content that they ain't had before. You don't know that, Smash?
Mm-hmm.
You be like, damn.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So let me just see Jetta's. You be like, damn, like, dag, let me get some views on my content before you steal it, right?
They move fast, huh?
Yeah. So here we go. You be like, damn, you
They over
people.
there putting together a pseudo stew. You know they're gonna try to bust out with their latest pseudo stew about tomorrow
Exactly.
evening or something. Yeah. Everybody got
Oh, yeah,
13
Smash.
people
Can you
looking up
share that link?
erroneous ass sources. Which link?
Okay.
I posted a link in the back chat.
I know I just had, but it ain't
Oh
red.
no, it's a
It
picture
ain't
actually.
red.
It's a
Okay,
picture.
okay.
Okay. So the technical term, ladies and gentlemen, is my screen showing?
You
Yeah.
talking about this joke, this thing about
Yeah,
Diop?
it's a conference. It's a conference.
All right. So
It's real
before
quick. I just
Reggie
want to
go
say
in,
like
I'm gonna
a
let you
few
plug
words
this.
about it.
So I'm sharing it for YouTube, so it don't matter if y'all see it. But in the case you need for talking points, I'm about to share it in the Zoom real quick, Reggie.
Wait, okay. So okay.
Just so he could do his promotion.
So I don't know. You can control Zoom and you got a special setup? You can control Zoom and YouTube?
Oh no! The way I do my YouTube is like, kind of like that. Since I got dual monitors, I can show stuff to YouTube that ain't ain't in the Zoom. It's just the way I'm broadcasting. But go right ahead. You can see it. You can see it now, Reggie.
Yeah,
Right?
I'm just you know, with the conversation people having who's black to the point of even questioning if West Africans are black. Um,
Oh man.
from December 29th to February 7th
Oh man.
at the Museum of Black Civilizations in Dakar, Senegal. They're having a centennial of the birth of Sheikh Anta Diop, and they're having an international Egyptological conference at the Museum of Black Civilization.
Oh man, now you talking. That'll make me go more than wanting to go to Kemet. I'll
You
wind
feel
up
me?
going to Senegal first. To
You
my
feel
first,
me?
you feel me? Like I ain't tripping. I'm going to do this scholarship. I don't want to look. But I mean,
So
this is
yeah,
hot
man, I
right
feel like
here.
we could pay attention to that. Even if we can't make it, we could probably get a line to a live or something.
Oh, I need to get live
Oh
onto
wow.
the screen.
You said December 29th? Oh no,
December
when is it?
29th
I
Oh,
would
okay.
I would start with greetings, my brothers. This is the Magi. Then I'll laugh and be like, nah, what if they put you on the big screen at this conference when you ask them, could you get a line to present? You know I'm gonna get accepted, right? If I call that number and I'm just gonna kick it how I kick it. Send them some stuff to read, tell them what we want to present. Even though they probably got that all put together already. I'm just being
Well, you know who's you know who got connections?
at this conference, at this school in Senegal, who?
Dr. Lennon Job?
No, Camtyverse.
Who?
Camtyverse.
Yeah,
Camtyverse was
I remember Camjiverse talking about Hamadi Bokum. Yeah,
Camtyverse was a translator for the head of Cheikh Anta Diop, the person that runs Uncle Online.
Mm.
You didn't know that? The person who runs the Cheikh Anta Diop institution, the university, right? When next time Camtyverse is on, say ask Camtyverse. And the other person was, of course, Dr. Jahi Issa. Dr. Jahi Issa, both of them, but Dr. Jahi Issa had Camtyverse come and translate to the head. And when I did the Beyond West Africa conference, he was on the panel with me. I presented in front of him and Shamaka Kite and a bunch of people. I actually presented the stuff that I presented to you, right? I presented to the head of Cheikh Anta Diop University and Dr. Faraji, Dr. Issa, that was Dr. I think Nassar, and Dr. I think Musalam. No, what's the dude that you often use? What's the scholar that you often use? Smash. That a source said that he debated him.
Oh, Sandro Capochichi.
Yeah, I presented in front of him.
Shout out to him.
But now, so I'm arguing with people calling me pseudo. I'm arguing with them. They will never in their life be on a conference.
well, that's
But
why I shared it. That's why I shared it. You know, like it was passed on to me from some people who are a part of it, and I think it's something that we could pay attention to. You know,
yeah,
Yeah, it'll
but the
be
French
while
is
biggest
so
while
thing
they're
right there.
bickering about that at the Museum of Black Civilizations, they're having an international Egyptological conference.
yeah.
You
I
feel
went
me?
to Senegal. Senegal was hard for me. I went there in '86.
Mm.
I went there in '86. Senegal was hard for me. It was a different place, and and you know they speak French like we speak English,
The
and
language.
Yeah.
it's a very if you don't pop off français très bien, you got some problems.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
My my
it might have
my
changed though
grand
since you went though, because when I was coming up in Senegal, man, you know everything is Americanized in my generation coming up. Kids was walking
Word,
around with Jordans.
yeah,
People
he
word.
talking
speaking
about
English
language
and
barrier
never
though.
left the country.
But he talking about the language. Yeah, my grandmother, youngest sister passed away, I think in 2013. she took when the war broke out in Liberia in 92, 93, she took her family to Senegal. And they've
Oh,
been there since 94, 95, 93, 94, something like that. And all they know is French. They can't speak English, not one bit. Yeah, they can't. Yeah, they can't speak English.
That
but I
French
like
system is
Chippichat.
crazy, bro.
I
That
like
French
I like
school system.
Chippichat. I like
Mm.
the Chippichat. Pule Yassa, Chippichat.
Hey.
Right? Yeah. And I also got sick in Senegal.
Oh wow.
I got sick in
Hey,
Senegal.
my dad said when he went to Senegal, he said that city is Dakar is so beautiful, man. He said because he had to fly, he had to pay for the his company paid for the to send his auntie, which is my grandma's youngest sister, on the plane. You know, I think it's like $15,000 to send her back to her family in Senegal. So he went with it. He went with the body. He said, "Man, that city is so gorgeous." He liked it. He liked the city. He says,
It is
Yeah,
though. It is
you know
though.
yeah.
I
what?
feel like it
Everybody
is.
smells like they have an incense that they wear,
Okay.
and everybody smells like that incense. That's their
A lot of incense out there for sure.
yeah. It's this fa. We call it fa here, but you when you go to African hair braided places, anybody in
Mm.
Senegal they wear this this kind of deodorant. Right, and everybody, it's all around the whole country smells like that. I was like,
Oh,
oh,
I never saw this. Keep going. What you showing right now? I'll let this stay up.
oh, what Reggie
Real
showing?
talk.
Yeah, I wanted you to see something after that.
Oh, I'm gonna stop sharing.
All right, so this is rather peculiar. I was doing my research about canoe. Let me share the screen. And people be hating. I already showed people that so this is the Esna Esna. I think it's around Philae. I could be wrong. But it's just a series of temples. And we read here the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, the August god. I guess it says Netter Shapesh over there, so I don't know if they translated that right. The greatest of gods who rests with the temple of Khnum, okay, building upon the potter's wheel. It says, Father of the guardian deities who makes all this in eternity, Khnum, Lord of Esna. Now check this out. The king of upper and lower who arises from the lotus, luminous of eyes for gods and people, who scintillates their skin. Hold on though, because I'm just saying, I stop right here. Like, interestingly enough, Khnum made man out of the black silk, right? And then he formed man, obviously, and then we can see him scintillating their skin, if I said that word right. Scintillates, scintillates. Now, if we look this up, it means to make you look like you ain't ashy. It say emanate flashes.
Scintillate.
It says to sparkle. And now something dark can scintillate. It says the sleek bolts seem to scintillate with a dark blue light. It's just weird that, okay, I wanted to point out that even Happy, after making the man, paid attention to their skin.
Mm-hmm.
And so people have to trip off that he wouldn't have noticed that it was black after making them out of the black suit.
Right.
But I mean, I didn't talk about this earlier. It was some research I was in the middle of doing, and I just, since I clicked on the page, they got the transliteration on here too. The site is bookdown.org, and I'm not too familiar with it, but they got some homework on here. So Khnum did pay attention to their skin. He scintillated it. I'm going to incorporate that into a wonderful sentence. Like, after he made the man from the black silk, he scintillated their skin. What is he going to do? You feel
Skin
me?
is not important. Skin is not important in this this debate. What they want to do is take out skin. They want to take out skin. That's the one of the dynamics of what I was complaining about.
They can't get
All right.
around it.
Since they want to take it out, we about to TLA skin right now for the fun of it. Why not?
Yo, the thing is, right? Those Egyptians in Egypt right now, they the air base, and I wonder how they can had they say, oh no, we the ancient Egyptian, this and that and that. But how did your Arab ancestor treat it when they came into Egypt? They
Which
ruined
what
some
you
of that
mean?
damn.
Oh yeah,
You
they
know what I'm
didn't
saying?
take care. They didn't take care of that.
Yeah, yeah. How, what I'm saying? You talking about? Oh, I don't know why I'm going back to that
Well, but
interview, but
that
he
could
was
happen
saying,
though. That could even happen in African tribes. I mean, just say they was all black, black, black in the core of Africa, and they had some beef, and they took over the other Africans' lands. They might not hold their monuments as something, but if they the pyramid and the Sphinx, you trying to tell me you see the wonder of the world and you let it go? That means you was really Islamicized. You
yeah,
was
that
Yeah,
over,
I mean,
you
it
yeah.
does
want to
show that
destroy
though,
some
a
of the
little bit.
from you want to destroy some of the pyramids and build a damn temple. Use the bricks to build. I don't know if that's true or not, but I heard that's what it was doing.
Yeah, but the
But and
Coptics, no, the Christians, Coptics, they took over, they took over Egyptian pyramids, I mean, Egyptian temples and threw everything out and made churches.
okay, it was the Christian. Okay, I thought it was well, Arabs are doing something over there,
Well,
man.
Arabs are their cousins. They come a little bit later, right? They
Yeah,
come a
yeah.
little bit
Oh,
later.
hold on. You made a very good point. So they stole Egyptian temples and made them churches?
Oh yeah, Coptic.
Christianity did that?
Oh yeah, they did that in they did that in Giza.
I know what Smash going with
Oh,
it.
but I thought that was the house of the Lord.
Hmm.
So
No, no,
you
no.
telling me the house of the Lord was stolen?
The house of the Lord was stolen.
Stolen from Egypt? They
From
literally
pagan.
took Egyptian places of worship, temples, where the essence, if there was a spirit, it was in that building at one point, right? If it was an Egyptian
They
pagan.
actually and they but they watch this.
So they burnt
They
some sage or something? How did they get the Egyptian sacred spirits who occupied this temple structure before them to know that they was cleared out and now Yahweh is in here?
Facts.
they threw they what the argument of stolen is yes, you can say the temples of Hibbis, Christian temples of Hibbis, and I can show you that. I can say temples, right? And they also mummified, watch this. They also this is in the Western Desert, by the way. They also they also mummified Christians in the early days. I don't know if people knew that.
Yeah, wasn't Jesus mummified? He was wrapped up in cloth. I mean, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So let me just show you here.
No, but
Right.
they won't call that mummified though. They would just say, oh, he was just wrapped
No,
up in
no, no. Yeah,
cloth.
yeah, yeah. Well, they may not. You know the shroud of Turin. That's the Osiris shroud. So
Uh,
there's
mm.
iconography that was, but I would actually say it was borrowed. But let's go look at Hibbis.
It's a whole lot of stuff, man. What they explain in a weird way, like the Sacred Heart. If you look at the Sacred Heart is the same thing as the Nephroglyph, which is particular to Osiris.
Yeah. So
You know what
y'all
I'm
see this?
saying?
Yeah,
This is the necropolis
necropolis.
of Al Baccarat, right?
Uh-huh.
Right? So this is and so here basically these are Egyptian temples, right? They become Christian. So I'll try to find another one that cargo oasis. The cargo, let me just look up the cargo oasis. The cargo oasis, yeah, they got they came in these are the monks. These are the monks that killed Hypatia. Um,
Mm-hmm.
they 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 went. They're the first terrorists. Um, they're the first terrorists. They went to the desert and
What year are we talking about, Reggie?
with Hypatia. So we're talking the Greek Roman the Greek period.
Greek
So
period? Okay.
Yeah. So here is let me just see here. Okay, so good. Share this. Yeah, I'm just so sick of some of the conversations that we had stopped
Yeah, I
sharing.
know, man.
I'm just so because first of all, a lot of this is just straight ignorance. People just learning, they just learning. Here we are. So share. But I did want to say the Jetters, and I think I should go Christian ruins by Karga in the Karga Oasis. So these monasteries, some of these monasteries were actually uh how can I say were Egyptian temples.
God damn. I'm looking at that's crazy.
Yeah. So here,
It's highly disrespectful.
um, yeah, where is it? Because they have it in the Met Museum. Met Museum, Metropolitan. Okay, say let me see, Metropolitan
Man,
Museum.
you keep going.
Okay, so I'm gonna say Metropolitan Museum of Art. Uh,
Yo, I'm gonna hop off. I'm gonna be in the chat.
It's all
Peace,
good. Yeah, I'm gonna
everybody.
get ready in a
Hatep.
minute till we wind it
Thanks for
down, but
having
it's
me
all
on.
good. Thanks for
All
coming.
right, fam, holla.
all right, pleasure. Thanks for your support. So Art and People of the Karga Oasis. So this is this is at the Met. So this exhibition, where's the temples? Exhibition, where's the temples? Because they have the in the Met they have the pictures of the temples, and they're using things like the Nakata vases, but wood, right? Here it goes right here. So this is that Bagua, which I was showing right here.
Mm-hmm.
So they just kicked out the African iconography, right? And they actually buried themselves as mummies, and I mean as mummies there, right? At Bakawat, right?
Well,
As a result, objects and ideas from
they was trying to
Egypt.
be down like they. Oh, that's crazy.
Yes, but this is Bakawat, and then there is also, uh, so all of this is in Egypt. All of these places are in Egypt. This is Hibis. All of these places are Egypt, and then the Coptic Christians. So this is Egyptian style, right? You see this Egyptian style with the bed that's still there, the Temple
Mm-hmm.
of Amun Ra, also known as the Temple of Hibis, right? Um, it became it became a Christian church.
How you gonna go in the temple of Amun Ra, say a prayer and end it with Amun?
Right.
all of this all this is Christianity inside in the necropolis. You know, Chronopolis is the dead. Yeah, so yeah, so all of this is in Egypt. El Dir, right? El Dir, we know, right? The Christians took over this stuff. They just kicked out
Well,
the
let me
furnace.
add something to that, because Brother Garfield, when he was doing his job of when he was getting slaughtered by Jabari last night, he
That's
says,
true. He did got murdered, man.
God,
Golly.
he don't be even knowing how bad it look. It be like when the homies step out and they think they fit it, and y'all about to go somewhere, and you be like, bruh, that is not fit, bruh. you about to wear that? I'm talking about when y'all was younger. I ain't talking about now.
Right,
We
right.
grown men, that don't matter no more. You might have been 14, 15 trying to be fly, and the homies step out looking real, real crazy, and they don't be knowing how crazy they look to everybody.
Well,
Oh,
okay,
man.
so I did want to show this. This is what I've been holding. So Jedars, right, or what they call Berber mausoleums, right? And I can look at all the images of them. But this comes from the Pyramid Age, right? What was happening after Egypt fell, where the technology of pyramid buildings went actually into North Africa.
North,
So
hold on, say that again. It went into North Africa?
yeah, it went to the yeah. So we're not talking. We're
It
talking
was
about
already in North Africa.
no. But from Egypt, remember, there's the civilization of Egypt, which they is in North Africa. But when I'm talking about North Africa, I'm talking about the roots outside the Libyan, the Ticino roots.
Okay.
So So here is, watch this. The Jetter, y'all gotta do this.
Yeah.
The Jetters, let's see, the Jetters. They literally have causeways like Egyptian causeways, same technology, but the Libyans had taken it. The ancient Libyans, Shawshank and all of that. But they preserved the technology and they built rounded pyramids. So these are causeways. These are rounded pyramids in North Africa.
And
Right.
so I'm with that, but I just want to say it ain't no really such. Is there a such thing as a rounded pyramid
Yeah, right here.
in geography? I mean, in
Yeah.
not geography, but I'm sleepy.
No, you are right.
I'm trying to say the science of shapes. I forgot what it's called. Geometry.
Right. So no, so it's yeah, that's what they call Amazaki
Well, if
pyramid.
it's a circular, it's a cylinder. It ain't a pyramid.
Right, but okay. Woody,
But I'm
so
with you. No, I'm with you. But the achievement of pyramids is to make four corners arrive at an angle at the top that is infinite to where it just they touch and complete. That's the
So
hardest achievement
Imhotep
about
didn't
that.
build a pyramid. He ain't have a pyramid,
But
or
they're
that's just a
called-
master
mean?
box.
Well,
Right.
Imhotep didn't do no building.
okay,
He so-
the step
The
pyramid.
step pyramids.
He built it or he designed it.
What?
Well, I mean, did Zosa built the pyramid?
No, I don't
Okay.
think I wouldn't say
Why?
Khufu. All right, I hear what you're saying. So then
Okay,
Yeah.
then I just
okay,
yeah.
Pyramids.
Menkaure Ra didn't build this pyramid, and when I detailed that earlier, I showed the people who actually built it. So I guess we just do it different. Yeah, he
So-
did build the pyramid, but when we discussed Menkaure Ra's pyramid, I pointed out it was 2,000 people on the crew broken down into Apir gangs, and 400 of them was Asiatics. That's who actually built it. But I feel you. You're right. I feel like I was in error at that point.
Okay, so I'm just telling you that the concept of building these type of tombs, they are called pyramids because of the way that it tops off, right? But these structures are round, what they call rounded pyramids that may not make any sense to you, but the technology, the actual technology went into North Africa. And so in these structures, you have this, you have causeways, you have all the elements of building. I'm just putting you on game.
So
I
yeah, I'm
never
with
seen
you. I'm
them.
with you on this. This is dope.
Never seen that before.
I want to talk more about Imhotep and that step pyramid to see how we all understand it.
Well, I would tell you this if y'all really want to know. The Sneferu,
Yeah, there you go.
Sneferu, after the step pyramid, he began to build the models in Aswan.
The
Did y'all
bent
know that?
pyramid, the bent pyramid. What Aswan?
No. Before the bent pyramids and all of that, they went to Aswan, and with the step pyramid, people don't know that it was quarried in Aswan, right? But in Aswan was the pyramid building foundation in the south. Did y'all know that? Okay, so I'm gonna show y'all that and put y'all on
All right,
game.
and while we talking about that, I got questions to ask about the step pyramid. So, what do we understand it to be? I thought we understand that to be a series or collections of mastabas just placed on top of each other.
Yeah,
Is the precursor? Isn't it the precursor of the actual pyramids? Right.
It could be.
Yeah, well,
It
yes.
appears to be. But if now, first we had a structure called a mastaba. I mean, and
no,
they use.
tumuli first.
Well, yeah. I mean, I wasn't going in chronology. I'm sorry. I just was only talking about with this particular. So you saying tumuli is in the lineage of pyramids?
Tumuli is the foundation. It's the bottom. It's the bottom part, right? Of a tomb, and then mastabas.
Well, kind of like that was weird how you expressed that, but I hear what you're saying. But tumuli are laid down. So the way I understand it, they lay horizontally when you're in absence of a way to carve a vertical tomb. And so they'll just make a circle on the ground, and then this is where we get that. You know what I'm saying? Now, but it's raised up out off the ground as in comparison to burying and digging somebody in the grave. So I mean, I'm agree with you, but I'm saying I thought that was because of their habitat. Like if somebody die and it ain't no, you can't got no you spend years to carve into the rock. They would probably make them a tumuli. So I don't think we disagreeing even. I just wanted to add what my perspective.
No, they would put the Bukhara on top, right? And then they needed to protect it more, so then they made it kind of like mastabas,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
even the and so I don't think that we're going too far, and I know it's also, but I do want to show you this on the where the pyramid concept came from. It came from the South, y'all. It
Yeah.
came from Aswan.
Hmm.
People don't know that.
I don't know that.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna give you
I learn every day. That's why I like doing these bills.
So the original pyramid didn't come from Lower Egypt.
It came from Mesopotamia.
Ah.
They ain't got no rights to none of that. They get mad about all that. Like, damn. They beat us up. I need to say that more and louder. Why it ain't no pyramid technology ever went back that direction? Why after it is over, they said, okay, it's over for Egypt. Let's build them down in Nubia now. Why that happen?
Okay, so here it goes right here.
So Smash, okay, go ahead.
Here's the work right here. Y'all gonna like this, right? You want content?
Yeah.
I got content for you.
Go on.
Yeah,
And
I got
I'm about to
content.
damn near fall asleep. Come on. And then I'm going. I'm out after this.
Yeah, I'm waiting
I
for
won't
my
be able to do my morning show. I'll sleep all through it.
and you're gonna sleep on this because okay, the mysterious pyramids. Watch this. Okay, so this is a cited paper, right? This ain't this is scientific research publishing, right? Archaeological discovery 2017.
We
I'll
can't
put
see nothing.
you
Oh,
can't
you
see
ain't
nothing?
shared it yet.
Yeah, I thought I was. So let's go back over here. I'm putting y'all up on Gizane, right?
I'm gonna hit you off with one after this that's gonna wound your wig. Go ahead.
No, this ain't you ain't gonna beat me on this, bro.
All right.
You ain't gonna beat me on this. Right? Okay. After the step pyramid of the third dynasty and before the true pyramids of fourth dynasty, 7 mysterious minor step pyramids were built by King Sennacherib and a processor. None of them were tombs. Clues as to why they were built emerged from analyzing the orientation to objects to the sky worship of the ancient Egyptians, hinted at a renewed whatever, right? So then in Elephantine Island by Aswan lie the ruins of a peculiar third dynasty step pyramid Egyptologists call cultic. Oh, y'all didn't know that in Aswan, right? Cult pyramids. One of them was in Aswan, the first one, and what makes it important is because of the alignment, right? The alignment. And so let's just see. So here it goes right here. This is the Yebu pyramid, right? And it was built by Sennacherib, and here is kind of what it may have looked like on Elephantine Island, all the way in the damn south.
Southeast corner point.
Oh
Yeah, no,
man.
talking, huh?
That's hot. That's hot.
It's hot. It's hot. So
You said down south, down where, y'all?
No, I'm still
Yo,
talking
so
about your
south,
information, so keep going.
so south that but what they want to say is the ancient Egyptians weren't Nubians. Well, this is in Nubia. This is in Aswan, and the step pyramid. And so the thing about it is this: the alignment, the technology, what came from Aswan, right? And that's I mean, this is the read. I mean, we could do a show. You could do a show on it. right? But this is the paper, this is the read. These are a Saqqara instruction dated to the third dynasty, talking about cubics, mathematics, and all of that. This is the Elephantine step pyramid, Elephantine pyramid in the south. What do they got to say about this, y'all?
Oh, damn, you beat the brakes off. Man, I
Every
think
hall.
we beat, I mean, them boys is hiding. You ain't even seen no streams. And when they try to stream, they ain't got nothing to say. You and
Right.
Bobby got your own talk to have, but I mean, Garfield, man, you just, I'm about to go. Matter of fact, on my way to sleep, I'm watching Jabari humiliate Garfield again last night. I'm going to fast forward to that part and just be laughing on my way to sleep.
Hey, you can't say it because Reggie think that Professor Reggie think that
I'm just Reggie. I'm brother Reggie.
nah, but out of respect,
All right. Go, keep
that
going.
Jabari lost that conversation. Huh?
No, part of it, listen, Jabari came up with some steam. I don't know, but Jabari, to me, there's parts where Jabari really messed up. He doesn't know, what he doesn't know is that the Christians didn't steal ancient Egyptian culture. They took it over.
That's exactly why I stay on deck. I'm the Magi Archer. Check this out. Hold on.
Okay, so, this is what, 4 in the morning?
Yeah, well, here's the deal.
Everybody waking up late tomorrow. Everybody. So I
For
gave you
real.
the Jetter game, but go ahead, Smash.
Well,
Let's go. Back in the dojo.
I heard
Let's go.
somebody drop one of them lies like that last night, so we're gonna deal with Professor Robert Rittner. What the lie was, and I'm not saying
He's a professor. What is he a professor of?
A historian. And so look.
Okay.
Now, and particularly Egyptologists. Now, I want to talk about this because last night Garfield said no body in academia said that Christianity was stolen from Egypt. Now, in this, he's not saying the whole thing. He's talking about particular motifs one by one. But let's listen to his verbiage.
And the image of Isis suckling her young child became ubiquitous in the Near Eastern world, and in fact, the entire Western world, because this was one of the dominant religions before Christianity. The cult of Isis penetrated as far as the Russian border, all the way up to Britain and throughout Germany. So that it is hardly a surprise when we find the same image was simply borrowed directly from ancient Egypt for...
Hold on. So let's talk about Egyptian language. I know, but let's talk about American language. What does it mean when a person in a formal setting, like if you're in front of, your elders or something, and you don't want to bust out your brother or something, but they stole it? What does it mean when you place emphasis on borrowed like that? What are you really saying?
You stole it.
Yeah, you saying you stole it, but I'm not about to bust you out, bruh. Everybody know. And he's not saying borrowed as he wouldn't have placed emphasis on it. He's just staying true to the formal setting that he's in at the moment. Check it out.
And the image of Isis suckling her young child became ubiquitous in the Near Eastern world, and in fact, the entire Western world, because this was one of the dominant religions before Christianity. The cult of Isis penetrated as far as the Russian border, all the way up to Britain and throughout Germany. So that it is hardly a surprise when we find the same image was simply borrowed directly from ancient Egypt for a new cult.
Yeah, he's trying to say, look, I can't say it, but y'all better know they borrowed this from Egypt. They
job. He
ain't about to lose his job, exactly. So, but let's feel how he do it though.
From ancient Egypt for a new cult, Christianity.
And
images of Christianity are almost invariably in the earliest stages taken directly from specific biblical references. There's no reference to this. But our earliest, this is
so
Coptic.
What he's saying is, it ain't no source. He like they ain't even got no source to show why they drew the picture this way. He's saying that all of them got a reference. It ain't no reference. It ain't no source. Source up.
There's no reference to this. But our earliest, this is Coptic. Our earliest examples go through the Coptic Church, where they simply take the images of Isis and adapt them.
See, take is another word. That take goes beyond borrow. You ain't borrow it, you took it. That means you borrowed it and you kept it.
Coptic is period. What period is that?
So that's now and then. My brother Garfield was being very disingenuous when he was arguing about Paul, who only wrote 2 letters to two different people. Who did he write to? The Corinthians and the people of, I forgot, it's late night, but I know their name when I wake up. The other people, Paul, the Galileans, right? I mean, Galatians, I don't know, but it's too late. Anyway, what we need to learn from that is that he went one direction, all the brothers went in different directions. And it's true that if they already had what they was teaching, then you can't say that they learned it and set out and teach it. I agree with Garfield on that. But what you hiding is the fact that it was Mark who went south. And it was Mark who went into Egypt. And this is how we can find all of this stuff being intermingled because he had to get this new religion out when there was already something popping.
And Jesus also went to Egypt.
Yeah, that's true. And so that's why you find people in the cult of Christianity rocking ankhs before you can find them rocking Christian crosses. They actually called it crux ansata. So anybody can Google CRUXANSADDA. I messed up my spelling of it. Here we go. Crux ansata. Now, why is they telling you this? This means a cross with the handle. But this is an indictment on the Roman Church written by H.G. Wells. Like, hold on, why the hell y'all using the ankh? He putting it up a long time ago. Don't everybody see this say an indictment of the Roman Catholic Church?
Reggie, why are they using the ankh?
Why are they using the ankh?
Yeah, why?
Right, because they're trying to. Okay, so Vince Bantu. He gave Jabari some PhD game. He said that there are when you do methodology, you can look at it through syncretism, right? You can look at it through extractionism, and you can look at it as contextualization. He gave Jabari some game. So this is syncretism, external syncretism. External syncretism in this particular period is really important because there were a large amount of Greek people and indigenous Africans. And the way that you could slip in Christianity is to be aligned with what they are so that you could tear it down. So that is a form of syncretism and extractionism, right?
All right, I'm not cutting you off. I see we ain't gonna never stop, bro. What happened? Oh, I thought I stopped the whole Zoom.
Okay,
finish your statement, then we about to do a quick close down.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to you, Lugal. Hit me up, Lugal. I'm still trying to get you on, but we don't need to do no big appointments because I messed up last time. So just like if you could come on in a day or two, give me a heads up for a day or two, and we'll line that up.
So the way that you see what the Greeks found with the Ptolemies when they was doing Serapis was that they created the Serapis temples on side next to the Egyptian temples and put them out of business, right? Taxed them to death, and so they put their system right. And so they got the people who were indigenous believers and Greek people who believed in Egyptian cult, and they moved them over to the Serapis, right? So this is what's happening in the region. So we're not going to stop. It's good, but I think it's 4:15 for me. So I'm completely messed up, but I had a little adrenaline from that conversation. So I want to thank everybody for watching me. That's something I did not want to do. My thing is I'm really kind of loyal with friendship, but when I just didn't like I just didn't like the optics. You can't, like, friendship is one thing, but friendship goes both ways. So there's some things I do not say. I do not say, especially when I respect the person, had a long relationship, but I don't start sunning, and I'm too old for somebody just to be. I'm not going into that. Good night.
Well, I'm with you on that. I'll just speak to that. We should, we just need to be careful when the word friend and acquaintance. Like we are, we all wish to be friends, but if something happens in our lives, you probably ain't gonna call smash first, right? And so really the people in your life that you could depend on in your instances, maybe you could call Sonetta, then he have earned that from you. I'm still, as though we wish to be able to share time and space to be able to. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not your friend. I'm just saying the way that we don't get disappointed or let down in this is being real with the fact that we are all acquaintances, and the type of acquaintances we are could change in a matter of words with one source. You could be rocking with somebody, you pull out some truth, and next thing you know, they banging on you. And so for me to understand in the playing field, I realized, okay, well, first of all, if we ain't broke no bread and fed our families together in no regard, then we really ain't even done nothing in no sustenance that the other members of our family could see some fruit out of our relationship. And I think all friendships need to bear some type of a fruit. I mean, and I'm not saying like y'all need to think capitalistic, because most friends, fruit is to get away from the, mental therapy, getting away from the nonsense. And then we can't get none of that out of the people that we are calling our friends. Then we need to be more practical and be like, yo, we just acquaintances. And that's just what that is.
Okay, but my whole thing
I
is
wasn't
this.
saying that against you either. No, because you said,
No,
okay,
no,
but I
think
just
that
was.
you were
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
I'm just, how can I say? I'm from the South. I have different upbringings. But the thing about it is name calling. So if I don't start calling you name callings, yeah, I just say I disagree, because I think we're kind of professionals. But after that, when it starts to name calling and name calling, I'm supposed to take it. And I'm thinking I'll take it because we're acquaintances, good acquaintances, and friends, right?
Yeah, I'm with that.
I'm supposed to take it.
No, I'm with you, bro. You're not. You're definitely not. And that's just when it's out of pocket, and when one ain't willing to atone for that. Eventually, they will feel like they could say sorry about that, but it ain't all the time that when people feel like they feel like apologizing. It's only after some time has passed and people be like, that's not worth us having a problem. That they'll really.
Yeah, but see, that's you. Me and you, we disagree, smash. We be like, nah, I don't like that, Reggie. I don't disagree with you with that. You wrong, right? And but you know what? You ain't never called me no name. There's a bunch of people that never called me no name, and then when the names calling starts, the name, but then that's the name calling. That's the person. That's a interaction. But what about the information? Now, at some point now, if I'm pseudo, you got to be able to substantiate your information. And on my side, I got Smash, I got Candy Verse, I got Assault and Ka, I got Jenim, I got Sadiq, I got real meta nature people, and who look at the history and the language, right? And everybody that come on your show, right? Really, that people can't say, nah, y'all can't substantiate the stuff that y'all saying now. Y'all can't say that the modern Egyptians or the pyramid builders. You can't substantiate. What do you got to substantiate? That they ain't no Black Egypt? You can't substantiate that. You playing. Anyway.
Hold on, we ain't going out. I got something I'm about to just real quick. Is the zoo already? Who was that? G Lacan, you gone already?
No, I'm still here.
All right, cool. We in the building. Hold up, look. This is how funny I be. Now, I be YouTubing. I probably got the most YouTube watched hours out of everybody, right? But hold on, look. I'm about to throw this on real quick. Dang, I shouldn't even have did that. Hold on. So where you was at? What y'all was talking about? Y'all know what that is right there?
A tractor. Tractor.
What that sound like to y'all?
Sound like money.
Money, dang. What that sound like to you, Reggie? Reggie still here? Reggie ain't with us?
Reggie.
I'm here, I'm listening. I don't know what I'm listening at.
What it sound like? Static or what it sound like to you?
Like a train, like a static train.
Okay, let me show y'all what that is. Hold on. And this is what I watch on YouTube to go to sleep. I'm already getting sleepy. Y'all see what that is? Look.
Water, raindrop.
Rain. Yeah.
It's rain on the car, bro. I guarantee you, if you play this video after this, you're going to be knocked out. And that's what I'm about to go do right now.
Hey, Smash. I remember when I was young. I was 4 years old, right? I can still remember. Can you remember when you was that young? 4 or 5?
Yeah, I mean, some incidences, like 2 or 3 of them.
So, before I came in the country, I came in this country when I was really 4. I think I had to be 3 at that time because I remember I was in Liberia, right? When it started raining, right? On my grandmother's house I was at, it was we African people, we got zinc on top of a roof.
Yes.
And when the water hit the zinc, it make a noise, like a peaceful noise that can put your ass to sleep. So I can still remember that time.
That's
so
this
when
noise
you showed
right here. So you ain't getting that from what you're hearing right now?
Not really.
I'm going to sleep right now. They do it for shoe shining. They do it for shoe shining noises, like when you shining shoes, rain, water, ocean sounds. I listen to that.
I'm out. Now y'all just gave me a new idea for a show. It's gonna be called Hot Boxing in the Rain, right? And I'm just gonna put this image up and open up the Zoom. So everybody see the whole show is just gonna be like people in the rain chopping it, you feel me?
Yeah, but this is dangerous. You know why it's dangerous, Smash?
Why?
Because if you keep playing, it's a trigger. So now when you're out on the rail, let's say you're driving and it starts raining.
Oh, okay, I feel you. You're going to start going to sleep, huh? I feel you on that one. So they got another one that's a coat in the washing machine. But that I might be crazy. Do a coat in the washing machine when you hear the zipper clanking, that don't make you want to fall asleep?
I never got that.
Oh well, yeah. You know, I had to sleep in basements before. Maybe you never had to sleep in the basement.
It's 4:23 in the morning.
All right.
Good night.
Good night, good brother.
Good night, fam.
I'm out. All right,
One.
peace. Now we're gonna listen to this rain. I'm gonna close the Zoom, right? Hold on, I gotta close this Zoom real quick. And I just want people to know they know that's a good idea. If you haven't been. Now look, this is the funny part about building your YouTube page. All the stuff we be trying to do, this person just put his camera in the car, let it record for 10 hours. Let's see how many views this video got. 32 million. Checkmate. You wanna know why? Because I listen to this every night. And I'm about to go listen to it now. All right, thank y'all for watching. It was another wonderful show. So, I'm about to on my way out. Let's discuss what makes me. So it's the ubiquity and the multiplicity of these raindrops. Ubiquitous, the fact that they are all around you, right? And then the false feeling of shelter because you're not getting wet as you're hearing this sound. And then I got a better one though. Let me show you this before I get up out of here. I know y'all like this is crazy, but I'm about to get up out of here. Watch this one though. Oh, this is, you could actually, like if you a young buster and you don't know how to be romantic at the house and you got a chick over for a date, you better light them candles and slap this on the fat screen, boy. She gonna be a boss. I'm telling you some bossy that you never even knew how to do. But let me show you, and it's all free. Hold on. She gonna be like, that boy had game. Watch this. Had this slapped on now. If you got your situation right and your lights right in the room, you're gonna be ambiance, man. Now this one go, look. They even get better though. Ooh, don't have that 85 inch sitting right there on the wall with them candles all over. Wrap. All right, I'm out. See, when I look at that, when I'm sleeping in the bed, I'll be really thinking I'm in that cave, bruh. My brain start thinking about the trek that I have the next day down this path and everything. And then you can listen to the fire crackle, listen. So what the fire crackling gonna give you while you listen to that rain is another sense of protection and comfort that you figured out some shelter, and it all happens subconsciously, and you just be feeling hella good. Listen, all right, I'm out. We're gonna let the rain talk for about 30 seconds, then I'm gone. I guarantee you, if you get enough heart to listen to this for about an hour, you're gonna have some good moments. All right, I'm out. Peace.